Good morning! The black children are already screaming outside. She's at soup. Hello! Hello, good morning. If you hear screaming, it's just the black children. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Hopefully if they say the N-word, I don't get banned. Everything will be fine. The soup master. Man, I just wanted to find out some dumb shit, and I found out some dumber shit, and I was not prepared. I'm a good person, chat. I'm a good person. You've literally never been able to hear them at all? Oh, there have been people who have mentioned it before. For sure. I'm like right next to a window, so if they start really screaming, you can hear them. Define good. Oh god. Oh god. I had to dispute a claim on my channel again. I think it's really fucking stupid that auto-claim companies exist for content creators to just automatically claim like their content being shown in any video. I feel like that's really fucking stupid. As a content creator, I feel like that's really fucking stupid. That water marbling nail video that was like 5.5 minutes that I showed you guys about 2 minutes of in my 6-hour VoD live stream. The entire thing is now demonetized and all of the money is going to that one creator for the 2 minutes of their 5-minute video that I used in my 6-hour stream. So I'm kind of pissed, as you can imagine. Not just stupid, but also unfair. Yeah, I feel like if you're a creator and you use one of those auto-claim companies, you're kind of a piece of shit. Like, I just immediately have a poor fucking opinion of you. The tab fox is upon us. I have some tabs.
Juicy, fat, pale, booty mom getting spanked at work.
Master Gullah, thank you for the $2. You unironically loved the Trump ad you played at the end of stream. Man, I was like, how is this supposed to be a bad thing? What am I watching? We can imagine how pissed you are about that. You're not pissed enough, unironically. And then, immediately after, alright, immediately after, I get notified that, my entire stream's ad revenue is going to a different person because I used 2 fucking minutes of their 5-minute video in my 6-hour stream. Something else comes across my feed, and I was like, God damn, this is really fucking stupid. This is the stupidest thing ever. If I get a claim on this stream from this piece of Facebook garbage, I will lose my goddamn mind. I tell you what, hold on a second. Let me bring this shit up. We have sunk even further into the React Andy content. You guys remember when I complained about the React content bitches who don't even say anything? They just sit there like, You know those ones who like literally add nothing and it's like, why am I watching you instead of watching just the original video? All right, like they add nothing. We've gone a step fucking further. All right, we've gone a step fucking further, okay? Check this out. I'm on Facebook. This guy's name is Billy Boy. Billy Boy seems to also just like respond in his comment section. I'm gonna play Billy Boy's reaction video for you, chat. Do you notice anything about Billy Boy's fucking reaction video, chat? Is there maybe something going on here? Is there maybe something wrong with this reaction video? Well, he's reacting. He's frozen in shock, dude. I just like, how have we gotten to this fucking, I mean, it's the same thing, look. The same thing, I'm gonna skip through, I'm not even gonna play the whole fucking minute. It's just that one JPG, and I was like, there's no way. There's not, so you go to his Facebook page. This man has 200,000 I'm completely sure legitimate followers, not bot at all. Chat. How is this? How? Look, this one he's actually talking. Oh, wait, no, he was only talking for a second. Hold on a second.
Every parent must see this video.
And then it just goes back to a PNG! Oh my god. The whole way through. The whole fucking... Is this the same one? Is this the same thing, or did he talk longer?
You must see this video. This is part 3 of the best game for you, your wife, your husband, your loved ones, and your children. Everyone can play these games.
Okay.
Because it's a very safe thing to do while you have fun, you learn. You
oh, this one actually looks like he talks the whole way through. This one's like an action. Oh, wait, no, there's a PNG. Okay.
It's
so he talks about half the time, and then he throws the PNG up. What is this? What is this? Oh, here's another one with just a PNG. That's a fucking volume. Just double PNG so you can really zoom in on that hand. And he even puts like his Billy Boy name on here. This one he looks like he's talking.
You know, you lay them down, and sometimes the big look at it.
Does he talk the whole time in this one? Did he put up a PNG?
Have opportunity grandmothers.
Oh, wow. He actually talks the entire way through this. Good job. He did one video. Just raw content theft. What the fuck? Oh god, why the fuck are you playing TikTok fucking Facebook content with more than likely copyright music unmuted? I don't know what music he's using. I'm angry at the PNGs, Ziz. I'm angry at the PNGs. And it's like, how? This is the one that I showed in the beginning. How have we gotten to a point where people are like literally just copying someone's video and throwing a PNG of themselves to call it reaction?
Is
it
bad to be
double
attracted
reaction?
To a cartoon fox
question
that
mark?
You don't even know that well?
Old woman yells at PNG. It's me. I've become old. The absolute state of modern content creators. All TikTokers steal music and you always get demonetized for it every single time. Well, I mean, technically this guy is a Facebooker, question mark? I don't fucking know. I don't watch TikTok. I'm jealous of Billy's numbies, man. Is revolutionizing the PNG React market. God damn. Angie, spicy cat. I am Angie. This is fucking dumb. This is actually fucking dumb. He books faces. Oh god. Oh god. I had another Facebook video and I don't remember what it was. What was my other Facebook video? Oh, it was the black people being angry. Facebooker sounds like a slur. It fucking should be. Wonder if there's an NFT. Why would somebody willingly watch his stuff? That's a good question. That's a good question. She's out of control. I'm angry. 200,000 followers, 55 likes. Not an FBI. Thank you for the 5. Last night's debate is now on the hub under Ding Dong Gets Graped by Alex. I'm so sad that we couldn't isolate Alex Jones saying, I have a dick, that doesn't mean I rape people or whatever. That's fucking hilarious. But unfortunately someone was talking over him and it wasn't me. How are you doing today? Am I feeling better by venting on the Facebook PNG tuber? I have so much pent-up rage! Facebook died for you in 2013? I had a MySpace, so Facebook was always dead for me. Facebook was just like a legitimate downgrade from MySpace every way you looked at it. But since Facebook sold itself as a like hook up with the people around you app instead of make a bajillion connections all around the world and pretend you're friends with them like MySpace did, a lot of people liked Facebook more. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a fox in a cage. That's true. Guess I need to take out the rage on Quine Bobs. We might fucking have to today, dude. MySpace taught you HTML unironically. Same. I loved making my MySpace page unique. MySpace died when you made a profile. You killed it. Congratulations. It's your fault. What am I raging about today? Well, it was Facebook.
What the fuck?
It was Facebook. I guess I'll save the black people for later. I'll save the black people for later, and I'll bring up, I guess, Asmongold's in some shit, question mark?
Some huge allegations were made about against you and OTK streamers.
This is automatic. How is it automatically playing something like halfway down the page? Holy shit. You learn basic HTML from customizing your Neopets shop page. Oh, that was also fun to do. Facebook video react time. So who gives a shit? Asmongold responds to comments about him and OTK streamers being involved in alleged charity scam. OTK member and Twitch streamer Zach Asmongold took to his secondary Twitch channel to give his opinion on a recent charity scam controversy that involved him along with some other streamers, such as XQC. For context, back in December 2023, a report by Jacob Wolf alleged that Matt Flelsgraf, CEO of Soft Giving, pocketed 42% of the funds collected for charities. Soft Giving has a long list of streamers it paid to promote its organization. Naturally, those influencers were criticized for being associated with the organization when the controversy came to light. Now, this is interesting. This is interesting to me because I also did a charity stream with Soft Giving way back in the day. That's where the Nim sounding clip comes from. Soft Giving reached out to me. They had a whole bunch of promotions in their email from other large streamers. So I was like, okay, they seem legit. Their contract that they gave me for the one-off charity stream also seemed legit. Didn't seem like there was anything in it that, you know, I needed to be worried about. They laid out, you know, most of the terms and conditions. So I was like, all right, this seems pretty fair. This seems pretty all right. Something like streamers getting scammed. Charity org just taking the money for themselves, not surprising. Yep. And I mean, I liked the Born Free was who I did it with, because it was helping exotic animals. It had to do with like helping animals who get poached and whatnot. So an endangered species. So I was like, yeah, this is good. I'll fucking do this. After my charity stream, and some people who were around at this time might remember me talking about it in whatever iteration of Not Safe for Work was around at the time. But after my charity stream, they offered me a contract. I was a very small streamer at this point in time, mind you. I was basically making almost all of my Twitch money off of my Gameforge contract that they paid monthly to me. So when Soft Giving hit me with a contract, I was like, why would a charity organization want to give me a contract after I completed the charity stream? So looking at the contract they sent me, they wanted to pay... They wanted to pay me to do 4 charity streams a year. And so I would be paid for each of these charity streams, and I would be able to pick which charity I wanted to do the streams for, but I had to do one every quarter. And they spaced them out like that because they didn't want, you know, audience fatigue when you're asking for so much money for charity, right? And I understand the premise of audience fatigue, right? Because, like, now I'm doing merch stuff and you don't want to release stuff too quickly either, because that causes an issue. But I was like, why would you give a streamer a contract to do a specific amount of charity streams in a year? Don't that seem kind of disingenuous? So not only was I like, well, no, I'm also really fucking poor, so I can't do that many charity streams. Like, I am the charity, right? But also, that's really weird to me. So I declined, and I didn't think about it again until last year. Last year, Nyaru actually had a tweet about her experience with Soft Giving and how she thought that they were also a suspicious organization. I don't remember the contents of her tweet. I don't know if Ziz will be able to pull it up. But she was talking about how she also thought that they were a weird fucking organization and that she didn't want to work with them. And now I find it interesting that even more information is coming out about Soft Giving being a weird fucking organization. More Campbell lore. So I'm wondering, oh, Ziz, hell yeah. Let's see what this is, because I don't remember what she said. I remember talking about it again, like with my experience with them when I saw her tweet. Soft Giving reached out to me last year to conduct a charity stream. Not only did they not disclose the now public information of taking 50% of donations, they tried to force me to meet higher requirements that were not initially listed in our contract. And this is something that they tried to do with me as well. My initial goal, I think, this was again a really long time ago. Let me see if maybe Ziz's tweet that he posted from me a long time ago had my goal in it. Let's see. Yeah. So, basically, Soft Giving was like, we're gonna set your goal at 1,500, but you're gonna have a stretch goal of 2,000. And I was under the impression that it was just like 1,500 off the mark. And I was like, well, stretch goal doesn't seem that bad. Like, I wish I had been told about this sooner, but like, it's not a big deal. I just kind of waved it off as like, it's whatever, dude. It's a stretch goal. It's not like the baseline. It's not a big deal. Who the fuck was mean to Nyaru? It's not that they were mean. It's just that they're a suspicious organization. They guilt-tripped me and my management for standing our ground against them. Thankfully, we managed to end the contract before any damage was done to us or my community. Unfortunately, it isn't the same for others. I hope sharing my experience with Soft Giving can help others make an educated decision or help those who worked with them in the past realize what's going on. Don't take advantage of communities. Don't take advantage of charities trying to help people. If you know a VTuber who's worked with this company, please share the situation with them. I want this to be talked about more so no one else falls victim. And it's funny that I had this experience. Where was my tweet again? I didn't even like fucking read the date, dude. My tweet was May 7th, 2022, when I was like, this is a suspicious company. Nyaru's experience is February 10th, 2023. And only now are we getting information about the entirety of the scam in 2024. Kinda crazy. Nyaru always does her research and actually reads through the fine print. It's like, I had no way of knowing the 50% thing. She also didn't, which is why she made the tweet about it. Sorry to hear about your pussy. So it's like, it's a good thing it came out, and I kind of wish that they had made articles on it sooner, I would say. Maybe they did, and they just like went way under the radar. Lesson of the day, just acquire money for yourself. The thing with these companies that try to do the charity stuff for streamers is to make it so like the streamer's not going to embezzle all that charity money. We had a recent thing with who the fuck was it? That guy who like just sat on all of his charity money for like a decade, and it was like a Mudahar and some ordinary gamers like outed them or some shit. Gerard the completionist, yeah. So these companies like Soft Giving position themselves in a way to be like, we're going to make sure the streamer doesn't scam you by not giving the money to charity. But then these companies just take 50% of it anyway, so it's like a lose-lose. They all blend together, yeah. Oh god, 50% admin cost seems fairly low for most charities. Where's the charity, dude? I don't know. 50% admin costs? That's way too high. Figure if you were rich enough like them, you could at least pay someone else to look into the charities you take part in. I mean, maybe, but I figure if you're a charity running this for as long as Soft Giving has been, you probably have things hidden in a legal loophole kind of way. It'd be funny if you made a parody YouTube channel called Some Unordinary Gamer. What the heck? Whole org of OTK seems like a thing for tax write-offs. Like, they don't actually do anything, they just collab with each other? I don't know, question mark. I mean, I guess it's helpful to have like an organization of most of the top streamers collabing with each other. They've put out like videos and stuff. They've done some stuff together. If you could pay less taxes, I sure would. Well, I mean, yeah. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Soft Giving though. Soft Giving is an umbrella charity. There's a 50% cut is before the actual charity gets the money. Yes. It's not like I don't think 50% is for admin costs. Taxes are cringe. It absolutely is. This is why Kirsche needs a manager. Please give me a manager. I might have, fingers crossed, found someone to work with merch, which has a very neato opportunity, but the startup costs are astronomically high. And
Hell no.
It made me wheeze. Have I seen the new phase announcement? No, there's a new phase announcement. Not good at remembering names. Do I mind if you call me yours instead? I do. Please don't. New JP gen? Oh, the rats of new JP true? Five more JP. Holy shit, that's a huge JP gen then. That's massive. You'd like a Kirsche plushie? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Asmongold's response, I suppose.
Some huge allegations were made about against you and OTK streamers. Well, who gives a shit? Somebody makes an allegation against me and now somehow I have to respond to it? No. I don't have to say anything. Oh, a big allegation. Oh no. Oh wow. Who gives a fuck? What am I gonna sit here like and try to, I'm gonna try to defend myself and explain it to people? No, there's no reason to.
I mean, like, fair, but also kind of weird. Asmongold, one of the veteran streamers and co-owners of One True King, shared his take on the recent drama involving soft giving and its alleged charity scam during yesterday's stream. Zach read out a chat message that said, "Some huge allegations were made against you and some OTK streamers." See, this didn't give context, right? This had zero fucking context. And if a chat person comes in and just says something like this with zero fucking context, Asmongold's response, 100% spot on. Right? Like, if someone came in here and they were like, "Kirsche, there's some allegations against you," I'd be like, well, clearly they don't matter. You would have said what they fucking were when you came in here. As if he doesn't know the context. He might not. Like, you guys tell me shit that I haven't seen all the time because I've been streaming. Asmon's chat has less than room temp IQ. It's not surprising. There's some allegations against you that are... Will I be addressing them? You can talk to my fucking lawyer. Some guy in chat posting a one-liner should expect to be dismissed. So I'm gonna just start executing people who post fake news. Maybe that'll get people to think about looking up stuff before they post it in chat. It's true. Some huge allegations remain against you and your fellow Face Connect streamers. I'm not in the company. I saw Nim and Bagsterd's Twitlonger accusations. Well, that doesn't even make any sense. Bagsterd's model has tits. Why would I touch him? Asmongold added that just because he or other OTK members have been accused doesn't mean he has to speak about it publicly. I was just reiterating what's in the clip. Reiterating stuff. The post was shared on the R Livestream Fail subreddit. Many community members had the opinion that the streamer should also be held accountable for promoting an organization that is now being investigated for an alleged scam. I would agree. And the community held everyone responsible when the established titles thing came out, right? When established titles came out, there were like lists kept of the streamers and YouTubers who issued apologies for not looking into their sponsor and the ones that just stayed fucking quiet. My source is that I made it the fuck up. New Reddit looks terrible. I mean, I don't pay attention to Reddit, so... Especially given how hard he milked the completionist charity scandal, it's not a good look. I am willing to give Asmon the benefit of the doubt here. Right? Considering it is just like some nonsense here. Do we have the full clip?
Somebody makes an allegation against me and now somehow I have to respond to it?
Like, if he mentioned soft giving... No. I can't give him benefit of the doubt.
I don't have to say anything. Oh, a big allegation. Oh no. Oh wow. Who gives a fuck? What am I gonna sit here like and try to, I'm gonna try to defend myself and explain it to people?
No, oh
there's
no,
no reason
that
to.
sucks.
Is it true I'm a vampire? Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, bro, giving a fuck is everything. Yeah, I mean, like, what do you think I'm gonna do? They can defend themselves, exactly. And you're gonna react to the Rurikon? Yeah, I will. But no, I'm fully aware that that people are always gonna have some sort of accusation against me. Oh, I did this, I did that. I'm a scammer. I'm like something else or whatever. I'm a bad person. I'm a racist. Like this, guys.
I'm a racist.
I don't go out of my way to actively shut this stuff down.
It very much seems that he has zero idea what the chatter is talking about, right? It's like, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt that he had no idea that this was about soft giving. And I feel like it's not very charitable for websites to be like, Asmongold responds directly to soft giving scam outing as who gives a shit. You know, like I feel like that's uncharitable. Maybe I'm biased because I like Asmongold, but like, I feel like I should give him the benefit of the doubt here. Journo's being misleading, never. Unironically, Asmon's streams would be a million times better if he said the N-word. What the fuck? Asmon's had some room temp IQ takes. He has, but he's also paid very careful attention to his reputation. So I feel like if he knew about the soft giving thing, he would absolutely say something about it, you know? You don't like the dude, but you'll give him the benefit of the doubt? Yeah, like, nobody said soft giving. He had no idea what it's about. It's a very vague fucking sentence posted in his chat. I doubt he knew what it was about. A pickled cucumber, thank you for the $5 doodles. You might be a little drunk, but you'd be absolutely defending yourself against huge alligators. Oh my god. Children are screaming in force today. They really are. They really are. There's an allegation that you love Asmongold and you want to be his burger queen. Is that true? That is true, yes. I would love to go to Burger King on a date with my King Asmongold and wear matching crowns. You don't think this is a completionist level issue, but it certainly is established titles level? You don't think Asmon actually responded to the issue? I agree. It's definitely nowhere near the completionist level. And I think it's more just like, again, since I knew about the sketchy contracts in 2022, Nyaru knew about the 50% cut thing when it came out last year. That's when I learned about it as well through all of the tweets during that time last year. And now that there's actual articles about it, I don't know how much Asmongold would have known about soft giving at this point. I don't know when the last time he or anyone in OTK did anything with soft giving. They might not even have done anything with this company in like
juicy, fat, pale,
years,
booty mom
right?
getting
Like
spanked
for all we know, they found out about the 50% thing and they were like, we don't want to do anything with you anymore. I have no idea. I have no idea. So just immediately trying to like paint them as covering up for the company doing shady shit, I think it's silly. I think it's really silly. Sounds like management accepted the contract. OTK talent just did it without knowing anything about soft giving. It's possible. Forgot to say it earlier, Nyaru went to school for business, so she always reads fine print. Somebody said that earlier. It might have been you. I know I read it. If he was unaware, it's not a good look. If he was aware, it's a really bad look. Yeah. Wouldn't be the first time OTK covered up for some bad things. I mean, to my knowledge, it would be. To my knowledge, it would be. Because they talked about, like, the Ms. Kiff and the Rich stuff as soon as it happened. Rich was outed, like, in 24 hours or less. You think you hate journalists? You simply don't hate them enough. Soft giving did pay people for fundraising. It's in their fees. Yeah. That is normal. Like, when you sign with a company that is going to, like, help you give all the charity money to the charity, there's usually, like, a small oversight that they give you. I think I was given, like, $100. Like, it's not a lot. Isn't Asmongold an owner or something that'd make him management? Just because he is an owner of it doesn't mean he is the manager of the talents, right? Media's gonna try and take Asmon down a peg any chance they can, given he's the millennial nerd version of Joe Rogan. Oh god. I would be willing to bet he will say something actually about this in the coming days, especially since articles are like trying to say this is literally his response to it. I don't think he would have said that if he knew what it was about. Do I want a copy of the soft giving agreement? No, I have the one that they sent me years ago. I'm sure it hasn't changed much. He's gonna wait for his lawyer? Yeah. And I would also like to say, if you have a copy of a soft giving agreement, the contract isn't going to be the same for every single creator they give it to. You've noticed a lot of streamers and VTubers are basically a self-ownership company after a certain point. It's like every other one now. I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, like, I am self-owned because I have no one above me. I have no one who helps me do things. What the hell is soft giving? It was a company that positioned itself as, like, helping streamers find charity organizations to work with, as well as making streamers' audiences feel more comfortable. That the money that they donate for charity never actually goes into the streamer's hands. It goes through soft giving and then directly to the charity. I think the push against streamers who worked with soft giving is dishonest. Even if some parts of the contract were weird, it's not really proof of bad behavior. And you can't really blame some streamers for putting some faith in a charity organization. Soft giving should be getting the heat. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Hello. 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 Thank you, mods. Holy shit. What the fuck? That's a fucking fancy bot raid, dude. That is a fancy bot raid. Oh my god. They've evolved. making you look like you're view botting already. What's my CCV at right now?
Juicy,
hold on.
fat, pale booty mom
727
at work.
I mean, if you're gonna come and claim that my viewbot package is about to expire, I don't know, maybe have my view count be higher than it normally is, question mark. No one's above me in other ways. Oh god. Oh god, I can't even scroll my chat anymore. Oh god, shit is fucked here, chat. Shit is fucked here, chat. I was reading someone's message about how, like, streamers shouldn't be taking heat. I am going to agree with you. I think there is a level of, like, if you found out about the weird contract, again, like I did with soft giving, and you still decided to work with them because they were going to pay you a small amount of money, plus you could make yourself look better by just doing continuous charity streams, that would be a problem. Like, if you got the contract and you were like, well, this is suspicious, but I just don't care, that's a problem. Right? Like, that's why I said, like, I just stopped working with them. Nyaru made a post about them talking about it. The same time she made a post, there were a bunch of other people talking about how suspicious soft giving was as an organization. OTK taking heat seems a lot more fair than smaller streamers. As a giant org, they can afford the legal counsel. I just, like, I don't think anybody should get hate, and I don't think anybody should get, like, people being super mad at them, but it's just another case of, like, as a content creator, your reputation matters. Your word is your highest form of currency. If you lose your audience trust, you have fucking nothing. You might still have a small pool of people who hate watch you, like DSP, but you're not gonna have audience trust. And that's a problem. So you need to make sure you're reading over contracts you take, you think about the decisions you make with who you plan on working with. Because that's going to affect you not just short term, but also long term. Last bit of the statement you missed due to the raid was just you saying you'll wait for evidence of the streamers knowingly partaking before you get angry. Yeah, exactly. I completely agree with you. Which is why I think trying to posit Asmongold as responding directly to the soft giving charity shit with who gives a shit, I'm not going to respond to allegations. I think that's very uncharitable and very unfair. I don't care about his follower count. I don't care about how large his organization is. I think it's a very unfair characterization. Sometimes viewers forget streamers are a brand, but mostly just some people that more often than not have no fucking idea what they're doing. I think I'm a very prime example of, like, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Please don't put me on a pedestal as being smarter than anyone else. I actually read contracts, unreasonable expectations. And even on that side, whenever I do get an offer or a contract, I go to Nim. He's not a professional either, right? But he's still another set of eyeballs. I go to Nim and I'm like, I don't have a manager. Can you read through this shit? And, like, I want your opinion. It's better to get, like, a second set of eyes, especially if you're not a professional, you know? This is my spastic fox. Excuse her, she's broken sometimes. You don't get how people like DSP can even retain their viewer base? It's hate watching. People like knowing what a lolcow is going to do next, per se. Damn it, Nim, become her manager already. He doesn't want to. I thought Asmongold was quoting that VA from the Dragon Maid dub. No, the VA from the Dragon Maid dub quoted Asmongold. She made a response video quoting him. He's the IT guy. He's already overworked. DSP seriously is divinely touched after the wrestling gotcha bankruptcy shit. I am not big on my DSP lore because I don't get time to hate watch people. So like last year somebody mentioned like DSP masturbating in the shower or some shit. Or like, no, those are separate. He was masturbating on stream, and then he had a shower stream separately from that. And I was like, he had a shower stream? I was okay. You don't even have enough time to watch the streamers I like. Again? No, they're old. They're old clips. Aren't both of those problems? TLDR, he wasted tens of thousands of dollars on mobile gacha, filed bankruptcy, and suffered 0 consequences. He did reviews yeah, it was reviews in the shower, and I was very confused. You're one to talk? Excuse me, I didn't have a camera in my bathroom, sir. I only waterboarded you in the shower, which you deserve, chat. DSP haters are so evil that some watchers support him because of them trying to take him down. That doesn't make any sense. I feel like if somebody hates me, but they give me money, I'm just like, thanks, you weirdo? Question mark? I get a lot of hate watching, but there are genuinely disturbing people who have people defending them. Feels like a lot of online interaction with parasocial tendencies can cause a sort of Stockholm syndrome. I feel like if somebody defends someone who is a terrible person and has like literal years-long amounts of evidence of them being a bad person, the one defending them is probably also a bad person. And they defend someone who is bad because they see themselves in that person and they don't want to be criticized either. I don't care about Kirsche, I'm here for Nim. Jesus Christ. All you need to know about DSP is that no matter how awful he is, his most adamant haters are complete psychopaths who want him homeless and or dead. It's a bit crazy. Don't you have anything else going on in your life than to like wish that kind of harm on someone? Glad that DSP is going despite all the hate. As dumb as he is, cancel culture is horrible. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't want him deplatformed because I think he's a snake. That'd be silly. It's not like he's done something crazy like touch kids, right? Kind of like a dragon lord. DSP has made a career out of destroying his career. Impressive in a way if you think about it. I could be pure evil and you'd still side with me. Well, I guess that depends on what you define as pure evil, right? To be honest, a lot of people just need to get off the PC and go outside for a bit. Oh yeah. They're nut jobs. They have a lot of free time. That's nuts to me, dude. That's nuts. From what you've seen, lolcow fans are cruel and petty and actively trap lolcows into a cycle of embarrassment for fun. I feel like that is really stark irony in comparison to when you guys told me that even Null tried helping Chris Chen. I was just like, I don't know. More people need to show a bit of humanity, even if you don't like someone, I feel like. Are the kids yelling slurs again? If they're saying N-words, I can't hear them because I'm talking and my voice is louder than theirs. But also if they're saying N-words, it's okay, Twitch, they're black, don't ban me! DSP unintentionally encourages the trolling.
Scratches! Like I'm a real pet!
You have to wonder at this point, is it unintentionally encouraging the trolling, or does he know that that's his bread and butter? He also stepped in and contacted the cops when the idea guys were fucking with Chris. Yeah. Unironically, big-hearted man. Feel sad for those people, that's why you don't like watching the lolcow stuff. I mean, I'll watch it. I fucking love Jim, right? But like, I don't want to touch it. Kind of nervous about starting streaming, but then you realize if DSP can get fans, I can. Yeah, see, use that energy. Use the energy. Chris Chen, that's like the Palestine wreck, but with a human. I don't know what you mean by that. Hate watchers who donate baffle you? Same, unironically. So before, when I woke up, I watched a quartering video. Quartering was Quartering was shilling a new company. I guess I don't know how new it is. Maybe it's been around for a while, but it's called Veebs. Have you guys heard of Veebs? Oh god, now what? You'll watch them after someone else sifts through the shit for the funny things? Weebs? No, Veebs. Is that like vabbing? No, it's not like vabbing. His thumbnails are cringe, oh my god. How am I still awake after watching that video? What do you mean? Mods, can we please turn off slow mode already? Well, I don't know if the bots are still here. We can try. Stuff like Kirsche documentation is like a photograph of the elephant's foot. You can have the experience of seeing it without the radiation exposure in a broken down Ukrainian power plant. That's true! That's true and real. Is slow mode even on? It wasn't technically slow mode. It was something called shield mode. It protects against people spamming when bot raids come in. Why do I have the sinking feeling that I would prefer vabbing to what Jeremy was shilling? I think the only thing that like legitimately confuses me whenever I watch one of his videos is how he's like, I want coffee brand coffee to be an apolitical company, and it's like, I guess there could be people that might buy coffee brand coffee without knowing who the Quartering is in any way, shape, or form. But I feel like the people who would care about a company being political wouldn't buy his coffee because it's his company, right? That's like, I don't know. It's strange to me in a way. You googled what vabbing meant. Thank you, chat. Vabbing was a trend a few years back, but we're not talking about vabbing. We're talking about Veebs. We're talking about Veebs. And so his thing was he was talking about the list of 2023's most woke companies might surprise shoppers. The list of 2023's most woke companies that conservative shoppers might want to avoid if they wish to align their purchases with their values will probably surprise some people. At the top of the list is Unilever, best known as the makers of Dove, Vaseline, and other skincare products, but also as the owner of ice cream brand Ben & Jerry's, long known for embracing progressive causes. Not making the top 10 list at all are some of the brands that dominated the news cycles in 2023 for their perceived wokeness, like Disney, Bud Light, and Target. This list comes courtesy of Veebs, which launched an app this year that helps consumers make purchasing decisions based on whether or not their social and political values are aligned with those promoted by a brand's parent company. Oh god, I almost hiccuped so fucking hard there. I thought I was gonna vomit. Oh man, my stomach lurched, dude. Nothing to do with the article I'm reading. It's just I don't know, my tummy did a weird. The only Ben & Jerry's flavor you ever had was Americone Dream. I used to really like Ben & Jerry's. Like, their ice cream was pretty good. But when they started making, like, their special, like, tubs of ice cream, like American Dreamer and some of the other, like, weird Black Lives Matter ones, I was like, I don't really want to give you my money anymore. Like, I know they're not gonna even see a dent from, like, one person no longer buying their ice cream, but I felt better not doing it. Haagen-Dazs is fine. Yeah, I like Haagen-Dazs. Haagen-Dazs is pretty fucking good. Haagen-Dazs is pretty good. They're still good, but they're politically idiotic, yeah? Yeah. Eat the Wakanda ice cream! You're a fish fan. They're from Vermont, too. It's unfortunate. Ben & Jerry's supports the ADL. It's on the package. Where did I leave off? The list comes courtesy of Veebs, which launched the app this year that helps consumers make purchasing decisions based on whether or not their social and political values are aligned with those promoted by a brand's parent company. While conservatives have dubbed the Veebs product the anti-woke app, it's actually nonpartisan, and that liberals also use it to identify brands that lean too far right to warrant their support. The term woke was thrown around a lot in 2023 to describe, for example, Bud Light's hiring of a transgender influencer to market its beer, or a display at Target stores featuring Pride merchandise for children that included tuck-friendly swimwear for hiding male genitalia. Sam Adams Boston Lager is awesome, even in cans. That is like the only beer I've ever seen my dad drink. Infernal Zags, thank you for the $2 doodles. Tuck-friendly swimwear Yeah, in case your son thinks he's a girl, at a very young age, you can buy him girl swimsuits that have tucking pockets for his penis. Yeah. Tired of the word woke? Yeah. A little bit. Newsweek asked Veebs to construct a top 10 list of the most woke companies using its proprietary method that uses public documents, employee statements, news reports, advertising campaigns, and computations driven in part by artificial intelligence to determine a brand's V score. To determine the top 10 woke brands of 2023 in the shopping category, Veeb set its database to score brands across 7 values: conservative, liberal, social justice, LGBTQIA+, climate energy, America first, and support veterans, explained Veeb's CEO Chris Rhodes. Just like Veeb's users set up their own value packs to weed out the undesirable brands they don't want to spend money on, Veeb's did likewise to identify the most progressive companies conservatives might deem overly woke. After crunching the numbers, the top 10 list looks like this. We got number 1, Unilever. Number 2 is Elf Cosmetics. I don't know who that is. Mars, M&M candy, pedigree dog food. 4 is Pernod Ricard, Seagram's gin, Jameson whiskey. 5, this is where shit went downhill, chat. This is where shit got wild. 5 was Campbell's soup, Goldfish snacks, Prego pasta sauce. 6, PepsiCo soft drinks, Gatorade, Quaker Oats. 7, Hershey Co chocolate, Skinny Pop. 8, Jenny's Splendid ice cream. Jenny's taste like shit. I tried them and I was very unhappy. 9, Mattel, Fisher-Price Games, DC Comics, and licensed toys. And 10, McCormick. My spices! McCormick is like the only brand of spices I buy. What did Pepsi do? The only thing from Pepsi that stands out in my mind is that really shitty commercial they did during the fiery but mostly peaceful protests where they had some celebrity who was just like, share a Coke. You guys remember the like share a Coke commercials?
There's actual fucking degenerates.
Pepsi trying to be like Coke? Yeah. I just said Pepsi commercial and then I said share a Coke. I just call all black soda Coke. All black soda looks the same to me. Pepsi CEO went on an anti-Trump rant a while back. Spice melange denied. McCormick, but I like their spices. Oh man, it was one of the Jenners. Oh Jesus Christ. Racist against Pepsi. I can't help it. You don't want to spice your food with some damn woke garlic powder. So I was like, all right, I understand Unilever. I remember all the weird shit that like M&M's and whatnot was doing. I have no idea who Elf is. I don't use makeup. I don't give a shit. I've never heard of Pernod Ricard. I guess I don't drink Jameson or Seagram's enough to know who they are. Pepsi, I don't really care. I don't eat oatmeal. I haven't drank Gatorade in ages. I don't drink too much soda. That's not a big deal. Hershey's chocolate tastes like vomit. Get the fuck out of here. Jenny's tastes like shit. I don't care about Mattel. McCormick is the only one I care about here. And Campbell's soup. And I didn't get a chance to get to looking up what the fuck McCormick did. Cause I looked up Campbell's. I was like, what did Campbell's do? What did Campbell's do? So I went to my Google machine, like the good little grandma that I am. And I typed in Campbell's DEI ad, and I immediately got Campbell's Soup Company Inclusion and Diversity, taking action to support inclusion and diversity. Foodnavigator.com, Campbell CEO, start with an inclusion to create a more diverse environment and drive systemic change. Ad Age, which we'll get to this one. Brands pilot a DEI program to foster company-wide inclusion. Catalyst, Campbell Soup Company winning in the workplace. Creating DEI. Campbell and Company activating diversity, equity, and inclusion. As you saw, Campbell Soup Company, greater disclosure. Investors seek quantitative data to compare, understand, and assess the effectiveness of companies' diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I was like, okay, all right, my head's already spinning. Campbell's, I just wanted to eat your soup. I like your chunky pot pie, okay? Like, it's creamy and it's good. My oats. So, I opened this Ad Age article, and I had to go archive it. Brands pilot diversity, equity, and inclusion program to foster company-wide inclusion. After finding many brand social posts were 23 years behind on representation. Mind you, this was published August 28th, 2023. So they're saying that we are 23 years behind on representation. Reading this sentence, all I can fucking think of is Stone Toss's comic of like, how will this help us sell more cheeseburger? How are we 23 years behind on representation? They do realize, like, even though the US is declined, it's still majority white, right? Like, what do they mean by this? Throw soup can at wall. So I was like, okay. Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Trade Organization Bridge created a program that is being piloted by Campbell Soup Company, Condé Nast, and Sephora. I have no idea what Condé Nast is. I guess I'm gonna have to find somewhere else to buy perfume. Cause, fuck, dude, what is happening? And before Campbell gets into hot water for unusually high content of urine or something in their soups, I'm disappointed and my day is ruined. Isn't Sephora like a woman's store? Sephora is a beauty store that sells makeup and perfume and like skincare products. We haven't erased enough whites yet. Condé Nast owns the shadow. Condé Nast owns everything. I don't know who that is. Like, I thought it was a person's name, right? I was like, isn't Condé Nast like a lady? Am I getting that confused? But apparently they're a company? I don't know. I don't know who that is. He switched from Head & Shoulders shampoo as a result of the Gillette toxic masculinity ad. Fucked Procter and Gamble. Yeah, fuck Procter and that Gamble guy wherever he is. Like, Condé Nast was a rapper. Isn't Condé Nast like Vanity Fair magazine? I have no idea. I have no idea. 12 companies own everything sold in grocery stores? That makes a lot of sense. They're one of the big mega corporations. Bridges IMAX DEI program is piloting with brands, including Campbell, Sephora, and Condé. And this, I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know what these images are for. My face is exactly like this Hispanic young boy's face. What is happening? What am I reading? Was I thinking of Condoleezza Rice? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. The majority of the top 50 brands that post content to social media are 23 years behind in terms of reflecting the actual racial makeup of America based on US Census data, according to a recent analysis by Bridge, an independent trade organization for progressing diversity, equity, and inclusion in marketing. I'm gonna stop you right there. Because in every piece of media I see, it's a mixed family, right? It's always like a white man with an Asian woman, or like a black woman with a white man, or a white woman with a black man. I know like maybe two, personally, in my own personal bubble. I know like maybe two mixed race couples, right? I like every single friend group in media. There's like the Hispanic woman, the black woman, the nerdy black guy, the soy cuck white guy. There's no white women anymore. You know, right? You have like this very, very hand-picked friend group. You can't have like a group of black friends anymore. You can't have a group of white friends. It all has to be like a weird mishmash mystery meat group. Like how does that reflect the actual racial makeup? I'm a little confused. I feel like the B in Bridge stands for British. Oh my god. Protect the redheads. Every single commercial in your country has like a mixed race couple in it. Yeah, I'm not saying that's like bad or anything. I'm just saying they're trying to say it needs to reflect the actual racial makeup. And I'm saying it already doesn't. But it doesn't in the way that they want it to be, right? Like, they want more of what is wrong with the marketing now. The marketing doesn't reflect the actual racial makeup because it's too out left field. It's too, quote-unquote, real diversity. Yeah, it's just statistically weird. It's statistically strange when I can look at all of these groups and, like, none of them have, like, homogeny in them anymore. No gingers, no femboys, what the fuck happened? Everyone has to be the Burger King Kids Club. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're a ginger. Do you get representation? No, they're gonna turn you into a black trans disabled woman. Congratulations. Cease your noticing. Your ethnicity is already 0.01% of the global population. Where's the tomboys? Not allowed to exist anymore. Find it funny how the only Coca-Cola ad of recent years with a white couple is from Argentina. Thank you, Argentina. According to a recent analysis by Bridge, an independent trade organization for progressing diversity, equity, and inclusion in marketing. That analysis was used as the jumping off point for Bridge's new Inclusion, Maturity, Assessment, and Capability Building Program, dubbed IMAX for short, not to be confused with IMAX movie theaters. Alright, we don't want to confuse it with that. But what a fucking name! Inclusion, Maturity, Assessment, and Capability Building Program. Man, that just sounds fucking weird. Which it is launching to help brands implement inclusion as a business practice across their entire organization, internally and externally, to drive growth. Our whole mission is to move the narrative of DEI away from philosophy to operationalizing inclusion as a business practice, because we fundamentally believe that it's the next opportunity for business growth. I don't know what that means, and I am afraid to find out. What do they mean to move away from diversity, equity, and inclusion as philosophy and to operationalize it? I don't like the word operationalize because it reminds me of, comrade, the situation is now normalized. I don't like that. I don't like that, chat. Said Cheryl Dijah. Remember this fucking name, chat? Remember fucking Cheryl, Bridge's founder and CEO. Unfortunately, we have seen the attacks that can happen when you're talking about philosophy, opinions, and beliefs, versus when you have something that is steeped with the same rigor that other business practices have. We have seen the attacks that can happen when you're talking about philosophy, opinion, and beliefs. Bud Light, those weren't attacks on Bud Light. That was the consumer base retaliating for a bad business decision, for platforming someone with a fetish who's co-opting an identity for their own personal gain. Pakistani national, thank you for the 5 Canadian dollars, Kirsche. You've had too much to think. If I don't get executed by the end of stream today, I'll be very surprised. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the $5. James Lindsay was right. Wokeness doesn't go far enough because it cannot go far enough. There's no off-ramp. True. True. Just make the damn soup! Marketers, including Campbell Soup Company, Condé Nast, and Sephora, are piloting the program, which involves evaluating the equities and inequities that exist for underrepresented communities across companies' product availability, pricing structures, and services. All right, okay, hold up. You want to evaluate the equities and inequities for underrepresented communities with pricing structures. Are we unironically gonna get those like college campus conservative groups who had their little lemonade stands to prove a point, where they were like, if you're indigenous, you get a free cookie. If you're black, you pay 25 cents. If you're Mexican, you pay 50 cents. If you're white, you pay $2. Are we actually unironically getting to that pricing structure here? Is that what this is telling me? Chat, what's the ketchup cake? Don't eat the ketchup cake. I also would like to know how you would assess the equities and inequities for underrepresented communities when it comes to product availability, right? Like the pricing structure one, I've already made my guess. I can understand what like being racist in a pricing structure would be, making certain races pay more than others for certain things, or certain sexualities, right? Maybe women pay less than men, transgenders pay less than women, a crippled intersex 7 penis person pays like the least amount. I don't know anymore. But what do they mean by product availability? Are they only going to make certain products available in certain areas? Or like if you go to buy it, you're like, oh, sorry, you're the wrong sexuality. You can't purchase that. Like, how would that work? I do not understand. And same with the services. Same with the, to say that it's going to evaluate the equities and inequities for underrepresented communities when it comes to services, it just sounds like bringing back segregation. It just sounds like, sorry, you're the wrong skin color. We can't provide this service to you. This program starts with understanding where companies are in terms of their inclusion efforts, both internally and externally. Rating them on a maturity scale across 72 business practices and 5 dimensions of the workplace and marketplace. Then, a team of experts work on how to tackle the gaps they identify and implement change for the companies. We were excited about Bridge's IMAX program as it expands beyond the scope of existing diversity, equity, and inclusion assessments that are primarily focused on culture and the workplace to include marketplace actions. I don't know what this sentence means. Focused on the company culture and the workplace to include marketplace actions. What do they mean by that? What does this even mean? Sometimes I cannot decipher their fucking speech, dude. Don't be silly, the Great Replacement is a crazy conspiracy theory. Wikipedia told you so. Yeah, it's a crazy conspiracy theory, except it's actually happening, and that's a good thing. But if you notice it, you're racist. There comes a point where you have to recognize that these people are either stupid or malicious. There's no way. The people writing this shit, the people that are quoted in this article that I'm reading to you, they are not stupid. These are the malicious liars that are trying to get the useful idiots to buy into their lies, so they have a large swath of people who support these things so that they can get more power. These are the disingenuous fucks. Can we see the last names in the early life section? Rodent Enjoyer, please, I'm getting there. Said Abigail Jacob, Senior VP of Brand and Integrated Marketing at Sephora. As a retailer with extensive programs around building equity across our business, and especially our stores, we're always working to ensure that our practices drive positive impact and change. Skin type diversity by brand. The IMAX social media analysis revealed most brands are 23 years behind in properly reflecting the racial makeup of the US in social content. Average skin type diversity index. There is an unironic skin type diversity by brand chart. Chat. Chat, maybe the funny comic man with the comically large mug was right. I just like, I look at this and I'm like, how is this not like a joke from a dystopian movie? How is this real? How is this real? How is that not racist? Because it's anti-racist. And anti-racist is the good kind of racism. Are these stores cataloging the skin color of their customers? This isn't of their customers, this is of the company. So this is the 61% racial diversity index USA population, 41% racial diversity index top 50 brands. So these are like including their workforce and their like advertising and commercials. That's funny. That's funny that it's 41%, because it really should just go away. You can't buy an ideology a rope though. Commercials are supposed to represent the US population, and 50 to 75% of the USA is black. You would unironically have me believing that the United States is almost purely a black and Mexican country if I only went off of our advertising. Do I have to be ravioli adjacent to buy SpaghettiOs now? IMAX is led by Bridge's board of directors and steering committee, as well as an academic team that included Omar Rodriguez Villa, professor of marketing and director of education at the Business and Society Institute at Emory University's Guizueta Business School. I butchered the fuck out of that name. Sundar Bharadwaj, also butchered that, professor of marketing at University of Georgia's Terry College of Business, and Dion Nickerson, gonna be very careful here, assistant professor of marketing at Indiana University. The program evaluates diversity, equity, and inclusion across various areas of a company, including within that organization, their marketing management process, commercial practices, communications, and advocacy programs. The biggest gap we see is in commercial practices, in products that are designed specifically to address the needs of underrepresented communities. Here's some more graphs. IMAX social media analysis revealed most brands are 23 years behind in properly reflecting the racial makeup. So I guess they're measuring how many non-white people are in advertisements here, because that's really the only takeaway I can get from this. And they haven't reached 70% non-white people in advertisement yet. And these different graphy things have organizational practices. Second one is marketing management practices. Commercial practices, only at 23%. So, how is it only at 23%? Communications practices and advocacy practices are at 12% here. Wouldn't the biggest gap be in advocacy and not commercial? I don't know, man. I miss cold money grubbing capitalism. This new diversity fetish is so much worse. I agree. When they say this, does that also mean they'll have less than 5% LGBT people in TV shows and ads? Well, no. Because the amount of LGBT identifying people in the United States is skyrocketing. Don't forget, some of these charts are likely cooked. When our very institutions are bought out, expect them to lie to spread their narrative. Yeah, I mean, I'm not taking these at face value, right? Because also, even if I were to take them at face value, how do they get the fact that 70% is like the maturity level? Like, why is that the benchmark? I don't understand. Most companies do not properly measure the market, Rodriguez Villa said. Currently, they measure the market based on where is my current revenue coming from and who are my biggest customers. If 80% of my customer base comes from this group, then I go after that group. You're not looking at the potential growth that could be embedded in segments that are actually not consuming you or are actually under-consuming you because you're not including them in your offer. And see, this doesn't make sense to me either, because hadn't most companies just been trying to appeal to the lowest common denominator forever, right? Like, they always wanted the widest appeal, right? Now it doesn't seem like they're going after the widest appeal, the most common denominator. They're going after modern audiences, which is strange. Why do you want to appeal to people who don't buy your product? Does it take into account the average wealth per ethnicity? I have no idea.
Cheese ward lose game.
I have no idea.
Sorry sir, we have met our monthly quota for customers of your shade and age. Please go elsewhere.
We're sorry. There's a different bread line with some stale bread for your race and age. Each of the 72 business practices being evaluated in the IMAX program is rated against a maturity scale of 70%, which represents a high level of inclusion. But why 70? Right? Like, if it was equality, you would want half and half, right? Now they're talking about equity and it's crawled up to 70. So like, why is 70 where it's at now, and what's stopping it from going higher than 70? I just, like, the numbers don't make sense. Following the assessment, it was awesome to see that the analysis reinforced many of our business practices were already on the right track, Jacob said. We have 11 different internal work streams focused on different parts of our diversity, equity, and inclusion journey. That's way too many people being paid what's likely high salaries to do literally nothing. And have been able to share these findings and act quickly on integrating them into our current work. The IMAX team used artificial intelligence to do the first part of its research. The social media analysis of the top 50 brands' content that had people in it, Rodriguez Villa said. We measured the diversity of skin tone, diversity of hair type, inclusion of people with disabilities, and diversity of body types. This explains why we're seeing a lot of ads with really fucking strange people in them recently. At what point does all of this just crumble? I don't know, man. I don't know. Numbers make sense if you're drunk. Body types. I immediately think of that fucking artwork.
In the next 10 years, I will enjoy watching these companies go bankrupt because of this.
God, I fucking hope so. I can only, like, I usually don't want to wish ruin on people, but these people are so just fucking diabolical. I need to see them fail. But it reminds me of that fucking meme, right? Where like somebody drew fan art and then like another Tumblrite complained at them. And so they clapped back with like a fat black transgender midget with a fucking cyborg eye and a robot claw. You know, like you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. That's what I think of when I hear shit like this. In that analysis, Unilever's Dove rose to the top and was one of the only brands that was not 23 years behind in terms of inclusion practices across its social media posts. Dove has done various campaigns to advocate for underrepresented groups, including taking a stand against race-based hair discrimination. Didn't Dove also lose a metric fuck ton of money because they kept fucking with their consumers? Like, they basically told men to get fucked. They did a beauty campaign, which made absolutely no sense. This is like, you know, I feel like Steven Universe edits. They made some very racist ads. Yeah. And that's why it's like, when is that BlackRock money going to dry up, dude? With Dove backing body positivity makes sense with the Dove chocolate and Dove ice cream. Man, I don't know if that's even the same. I don't think that's the same company, is it? Are they the same company? Are they making chocolate out of soap, dude? I used to buy the Dove chocolates. It is? Jesus Christ. I used to buy the Dove chocolates, and the Dove chocolates are very weird. Right? Like, they were pretty okay when you, like, wanted something that wasn't as bad as Hershey's, but you didn't want to pay, like, $30 for Godiva, you know? So I would buy occasionally some of the Dove chocolates, and they were weird, because you'd unwrap the Dove chocolates, and they'd have, like, little woman sayings in there. Dove chocolate is owned by Mars Inc., headquartered in Virginia. Dove soap is owned by Unilever. Thank you for specifying. I trust you, Lulu. But, the Dove chocolates have, like, little woman phrases inside of them, so, like, you'll unwrap it, you'll put the chocolate in your mouth, and it'll be like, "You are beautiful. Take a chance. Book that flight. You can accomplish anything. Believe in yourself." Yeah, I'm just like, why is this on my chocolate? Why is this in my chocolate wrapper? There is no BlackRock money. It's all an extortion racket. Wouldn't it be a shame if you were called a racist and your stock tanked? You mean like what happened with Bud Light? You mean like when they refused to come out in nothing but shining support for Dylan Mulvaney, and they basically were told, well, we're gonna remove you from our ranking system.
Yes, you're a black male, but your skin is 2 shades too light to be considered actually black, and you're straight. Could you please wait in the black face of white supremacy line so we can serve the real people of color?
The woman phrases on the chocolate told me to buy a gun, officer, I swear. Jesus Christ. I receive a lot of data in my role, but I have never seen data of this nature that allows us to understand inclusion as a metric and help us identify which practices we can share across brands to create and accelerate even further impact, said Trish Archie Oliver, head of diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging at Unilever US and a Bridge board member. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. They're adding words to it, chat. They're adding words. It's becoming just like the LGBT. As gonna be like a full alphabet soup in a couple of years. Oh god, there's a B now. Dove declined further comment because it is not a part of the IMAX pilot program.
Mom getting spanked at work.
That's exactly how it was during segregation. Even the metrics were just as crazy. I don't doubt it, dude. Still, being inclusive across social media content is only one sliver of the pie, and the IMAX program comes as companies have downsized their diversity, equity, and inclusion departments amid economic headwinds. This is a really nice way of saying, hey yo, this ain't making us any money and we're wasting large salaries on people who do nothing. The key is not to think of inclusion as a separate thing, Rodriguez Villa said. The first thing you need to tackle is the business case. There's also a role for a moral case, and many leaders need to be able to articulate that to their employees. This is not just about selling more stuff, but you need both. Because in the absence of a business case, the moral case is not going to sustain you. Rodriguez Villa said, what also went into developing the IMAX program was having chief marketers and chief diversity officers work closer together than they're typically used to.
Juicy, fat, pale, booty mom getting spanked at work.
Both parties are responsible for evaluating DEI within the internal organization and in how their company is showing up in the marketplace. Typically, internal matters were left to chief diversity officers, while marketplace matters were left to the chief marketing officers. It unlocks this collaboration that didn't exist before, Daija said. Before it was very siloed. IMAX creates a collaboration to allow all capabilities and practices to be dependent on each other, but also to leverage the power of each other. This sounds like very word salad, but this is what is scary. When they say that you've already adopted the moral case, but the moral case is not going to sustain you, you must make the business case, which is where the fear of like segregation hits me, right? When they're trying to say you need to build your business practices and try to sell your products along these racialized and segregated lines, it's like, how are they going to do that? How are they going to do that without making some people unironically lesser than in the process? Jim Crow 2.0? Yeah, it just sounds very worrisome. And so they've mentioned a company in this a whole bunch of times. They've mentioned Bridge, talking about Bridge's pilot program. So I went to Bridge over here. It's a Newswire website, PR Newswire. Bridge's Inclusion Maturity Assessment and Capability Building Framework, or IMAX, provides brands with a measurable way to maximize inclusion across their organizations. San Diego, August 28th, 2023. Bridge, the only independent diversity, equity, and inclusion trade organization to serve the global marketing industry, unveiled its Inclusion Maturity Assessment and Capability Building Program, IMAX. IMAX is the result of a cross-sector research partnership between industry leaders and academics. The program reveals 72 business practices across 5 dimensions of the workplace and marketplace, and measure inclusion maturity at both the brand and company level, giving leaders a concrete assessment of where the gaps exist, a process to prioritize the gaps and the capabilities required to bridge the gaps. IMAX is currently being piloted by Campbell's, Sephora, and others. With IMAX, we are laser focused on moving diversity, equity, and inclusion from the dependency
Juicy, fat, pale,
on
booty
one
mom getting
to the
spanked at work.
responsibility of many. From being philosophical to being practice-driven, and from being performative to being intentional around building the inclusion capabilities needed to deliver sustainable growth, said Cheryl Daija, Bridge founder and CEO. Bridge's IMAX provides an actionable mechanism for C-level executives and their teams to clearly quantify where they are on the maturity scale of inclusion, and in particular, help CMOs focus their efforts as a growth driver. IMAX was developed in a way that chief executive officers can apply the same kind of rigor they demand from other parts of the business to achieve their inclusion and equity efforts, which have historically proven to be challenging even for the most well-intentioned organizations. It also unlocks a powerful collaboration between chief diversity officers and chief marketing officers by allowing them to co-architect the building of inclusive brands and companies to drive business impact. You can see this weird little chart thing here. This weird little chart thing. I opened this up. I opened this up here because it's really small. It's really fucking small. And then you have all these little slices here. On the inside you have the BMI score. I always thought BMI was like your body index, so I don't know what the BMI exactly stands for. I guess that might be like belonging. M, I'm not sure. I don't know. Inclusion, body mass index. I don't know, man. But you got 23% of your BMI score is commercial practices. 41% is engagement practices. 54% of your BMI score is organizational practices. And we're gonna look at commercial practices first. So these are like your advertising. And broken up into the commercial practices, you have product management. And then your little slices here that you focus on are creating features to expand accessibility, DEI criteria in brand guidelines, governance of pricing practices to ensure equity. This is plainly stated here. They want equitable pricing practices. They want the price of their product to change based on your skin color, based on your sexuality, based on your gender, maybe based on your age. Who fucking knows? Policies to ensure equitable availability. How? How will you achieve that? How will you have equitable availability? How does that make sense? What will you do with this? I ain't gay, but $20 is $20. DEI criteria in distribution choices. Much like ensuring equitable availability of product, how will you ensure diversity, equity, inclusion in distribution? How does that make sense? How will you do this? DEI criteria in product design. I don't know about you, but like, I feel like if I buy a bottle of nail polish, a black person can buy that same bottle of nail polish and it works the same for them as it works for me. I was like, I don't understand what they mean by that. Fuck, man. It's unironically worse. Straight up exclusion based on race. The whole market gets destabilized. This was what came out in August of last year. So we haven't seen this largely in practice yet, because this is what they came out with in August last year. So we haven't seen the equitable pricing policies. We haven't seen the equitability in distribution choices. We haven't seen the equitability in product design yet. It's all been, like they said before, it's all been moral and performative up till this point. And they want to change it from what it has been, from like Bud Light's performance and Dove's performance. They want to make it in practice. They want to embed it in the way that companies sell their products. Even if you ignore all the diversity stuff, it looks so exploitable. It does. It does. Down under the product design, products for underrepresented communities. So like what if you're a razor company and you sell razors? How are you going to make a product specifically for underrepresented communities that is different from the basic product you have? Like, are you going to need to? I don't understand. I don't understand what that means. You will swear loyalty to the idea and control what the idea is now. Oh my god, gotta sell razors for the hairless Filipino boys. They already tried this with Gillette. I mean, they tried it in the marketing. But did they try it with an actual product? Chinesium razors. Children are underrepresented in the razor sales. Make them cut themselves. Jesus Christ. After you tackle the product management, all right, Your market strategy is 22% of your commercial practices BMI score. The first chunk, it's in dark purple, so I guess it's really important, DEI criteria in marketing strategies. This is something we've already seen for years. This is all the like strange forced diversity stuff. This is all of the race swapping and the gender swapping and the arbitrarily throwing in gay characters that have no character development besides being gay. The use of need-based segmentation. What does that mean? What does that, hold on, let me look that up because I don't know what that means. Need-based I can't type, segmentation. Need-based segmentation is the process of grouping people based on their shared needs. Instead of grouping them based on data like age or location, once you identify a common need, you can learn more about why your customers make certain buying decisions based on that need. That sounds like normal marketing to me, right? Like it sounds like normal marketing. Maybe this one is not crazy. Advanced segregation. Clarity on social stands. So I guess this is wanting companies to make even more social commentary instead of staying out of it. Clarity on underrepresented communities to serve. Understanding of underrepresented communities. And DEI criteria in research design. How can we corrupt this metric? Performance evaluation is 10% of your commercial practices score. Measure inclusion among customers. Consumers, I guess. Measure inclusion among consumers. So is this like, it's going to hurt your score as a company if not enough of a certain kind of person is buying your product? That seems kind of weird. That seems kind of strange. I just want the best products, Jesus fucking Christ! Can't we just have the faceless evil megacorps like all the other cool dystopias? I wish. This, like, diversity fetishism is really fucking strange to me. And after we move from the commercial practices here, we have content management under engagement practices, inclusion as a brand KPI. I'm not sure what KPI stands for either. Inspect brand content to ensure diversity. That's very strange as well. Demolition Man was a documentary. Stop making the social game a business product. Just make the damn product. Key performance indicator. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. I'm really bad with acronyms, so I appreciate the assist sometimes. We have to diversify fetishism. Why couldn't it result in tan-skinned waifus rather than this shit? KPI's key performance indicator, which is a metric used to measure the success of a brand's marketing and branding efforts. So, isn't that weird in and of itself? If key performance indicator is a metric used to measure success of a brand, and they want to add inclusion to that metric, what if their advertising campaign bombs? Are they going to count it as successful depending on the weight of the inclusion? That's a little weird. The people are ableist and etc. DEI is a bunch of performative BS. Well, that's what they're trying to do with this massacre. They've been saying that for the past few years, companies have only been performative with their DEI. And this entire chart that I'm reading to you is a way to make it more than performative. They want it to be embedded in the way companies do business.
Then give it to my white friend to sell at the white store cheaper than their prices but for profit. That way we both make a killing at the expense of THRD.
They want to fudge the numbers the other companies use to measure success with their own programs. Yeah, it's... Jesus. Meds hate! What company made this? Bridge. And don't worry, I have tabs for that. In content audits to assess inclusion. So not only are they inspecting their content, they have a separate little slice here for people who are going to be hired just to audit companies to assess the inclusion. Customize content to expand inclusion. Chat, you know what's crazy? You know what's nuts to me? Crime Boss Rocky City has a lot of unironic diversity in their game. And I feel like it's not heavy-handed. Everyone is a stereotype. Everyone is silly. None of it feels heavy-handed and preachy like what these companies want. consider the first name they've chose die, they want the end. Diverse crime boss. It all comes back to crime boss. Oh my god. Diverse characters label on the game store. It unironically is though. And all of them are fucking stereotypes. Like, if I gave that game to someone who was like deep in this fucking diversity equity sauce, they would get angry at how the characters are portrayed. We love the Rasta Voodoo guy. The Rasta Voodoo guy is fucking hilarious. Almost like there's a way to add different characters without an agenda. Crime boss lacks female officers, so it gets a low score.
Gay, trans, person of color, immigrant, with a minority religious group, but child-coded. I would like my 99% discount now.
That's true. True, and they can't tell you that you're identifying wrong either. Yeah, self-ID laws, dude. See, that's where I get stuck, right? Is Crime Boss more equitable because it doesn't have female police officers, therefore you can't kill the female police officers and enact your patriarchal male rage fantasies? Or is Crime Boss not equitable enough because it doesn't have female police officers, therefore it's stating, without saying overtly, that women can't be good police officers? Which one is it? I'm not sure. It's both at the same time. If I'm a trans, half black, half Latino, demisexual, bisexual, do I get more brownie points? Will this help my YouTube channel grow? I mean, probably. Let's be real. Crime Boss is currently on sale on the PlayStation Store. Hell yeah! I advocate for PC gaming over console gaming though. Let's The trick is there's no right answer. Either will tank your die score. Why try when you can die? Oh my god, I've been saying that phrase in video games for ages, but now it's even more accurate. Why actually try when you can just get that die money, dude? Why try when you can die? It is more relevant than ever. My brain, it just does things sometimes. Crime Boss on Steam when? I hope soon, dude. I don't like shilling Epic Game Store to people. Killdozer sounds better and better. Help. Alright. DEI criteria when selecting influencers. I don't want to call myself an influencer, but as a streamer, I guess that's technically what I am. It's time for me to start adopting tons of labels. And I'm assuming this criteria is somewhat of what we saw play out in the last year. But again, because of all the backlash to Bud Light, they want this more solidified in company practices instead of just in virtue signaling. So once a company picks one of these diversity hires, they must stick by them no matter what. Quine Bob's expected to release on Steam in June 2024? Let's fucking go! That's a long time away. I wonder why it's releasing in Pride Month. #1 Crime Boss influencer. I am the #1 Crime Boss influencer, and one day they'll have to notice me, right? I'm gonna Crime Boss their offices. That's a joke. Think about how much perfume and nail polish you've already sold. That's true. That's true. The summer's gonna be lit. It really is. Despite all the disabled people, even those with autism, etc., will be the last to reap any benefits. Well, yeah, because autism people notice things they're not supposed to. You're not actually a minority. Nobody cares about the autists. Hope Crime Boss has access to the workshop for some cube mods. If we could mod Quime Bobs, that'd be fucking great. Kirsche the girl boss of Quime Bobs. Yeah. DEI guidelines to guide casting for content. I'm assuming this means when you hire like actors for your advertisements and shit. It says content, not advertisements, so it's like companies make content, I guess? Question mark? Test content with inclusive samples. Use of community experts in design of content. Audit brand symbols to protect against stereotypes. Quime Bob, stay winning! Involve diversity, equity, and inclusion experts in product development. Training to avoid cultural appropriation. What? Mitigate reputational risk. I don't think that's possible with what you're doing. I'm gonna be real with you. Research into community cultures. Continuous support for communities. I got some questions. How are you supposed to avoid cultural appropriation while also researching into community cultures and also trying to engage in their culture to promote things to them? This feels like a really huge catch-22 here. If they're so sure they're doing a good thing, then why would there be any reputational risk? There's always going to be some backlash from the old curmudgeons who are racist and used to how things were working in the past, but we don't want to pay attention to those dinosaurs who don't understand progress. Diversity, equity, and inclusion considerations in programmatic media buys. I don't know what the fuck that means. Some of this terminology is just like above my brain cell level. Diversity, equity, and inclusion considerations in programmatic media buys. I don't know what that means. That's not a word. Because it's like they've already addressed creating content. They've already addressed advertising. Is this like buying other media to advertise for you? I'm not sure. Dude. Do we make up words too? Maybe stuff like the YouTube ad buying algos? I mean, maybe. It's funny you say that because the very next thing is eliminate algorithm bias. Well, you know, I would also like to eliminate algorithm bias. I would like to eliminate algorithm bias so the algorithm no longer pushes the very tippity top 1% of YouTubers and streamers. I would also like to eliminate the algorithm bias so that it doesn't push all of the cam thought whores who do all of their softcore cam content promoting to minors. Can we do that? What do you mean that's not the bias you want to eliminate? What did you mean by this? It was all a catch-22 from the go. A dude was fired for saying an inappropriate word when asked to tell what word it was. The entire point was the end. Oh yeah. And I mean, like, this is a very large word salad to go through all of that, I will say. We're still in the engagement practices slice here. Adopt inclusive brand safety guidelines. Is inclusive brand safety guidelines like don't work with that brain-damaged fox she notices too much? Is that what the safety guidelines are for? I don't know what else they would be. Adopt them. Programmatic media buying is using automated functions to buy ads. How are you going to inject diversity, equity, inclusion in the automated processes to buy ads and also eliminate algorithm bias? Wouldn't the mere injection of the diversity, equity, and inclusion considerations make the algorithm bias from the get-go? Like, am I dumb? Because I like brain-damaged fox woman. Easy, they add the bias to the way they want. Wow, it's exactly the doublespeak we're used to then. It's exactly the kind of doublespeak we're fucking used to. Partner with other firms to advocate for inclusion. Celebrate contributions of different communities. Marketing activities to advocate for greater inclusion. How about just make good products? Like, why do we have to focus on all of this fetishism shit? Can we just make good product? And if you have good product, people buy product? What? This is the modernist version of Big Brother's 1984 Newspeak. It's like these companies want to make the shittiest possible product they can with the lowest quality ingredients or the lowest quality components. But because it's this race to the bottom to produce things so cheaply while still making it better than your competition so people will still buy it, you have to make yourself stand out, and thus that's why they're adopting all of this, like, nonsense fetishism shit. Because if they actually made good product, they'd be able to stand on their own two legs, but because they're trying to penny pinch at the bottom of the barrel already, they need some way to make people believe their product is better when it's really not. It's crap, but look, we painted a rainbow flag on it, so you must buy it. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, look, we manufactured this thing for 5 cents with slave labor in China, and we're gonna sell it to you for 35 cents, but like, don't pay attention to our competition. We have rainbow flag on ours. Ours is better. We're here for you. Say it again. Market product to demographic to be stolen, thus not having to wait for natural sales and collect profits from insurance payout. Oh man. 35 cents, more like 35 bucks. Still trying to understand who this benefits though. People are realizing this is trash. Look at Disney losing $1 billion. Disney lost $1 billion, and I'm gonna remind you, this was developed, this came out, this board came out August 2023. So even while Disney was losing millions upon millions to getting to billions of dollars, they still designed this. They still pushed this. We haven't seen nothing yet. This year's gonna be fucking wild for DEI. If this was the end of the year last year. How much money does a company need to bleed out before they realize they're dying? Maybe that's the sacrifice, right? Maybe the ideological push, if they can convince generations of people that this is the way things should be, the loss of money for the first 5, 10, 20 years won't matter to them as long as their ideology is the one that prevails so that they can terraform the country after that. Disney loses money, but they are making a Star Wars movie to make angry the man. What a beautiful clown world. Slow brainwashing. Even China had to stop being communist suddenly after Mao died because command economy doesn't work. Now we're in the talent management portion of their BMI index here. And under talent management, it says, training to understand underrepresented communities and conduct internal DEI training. What's the difference between that? What's the difference between training to understand the underrepresented communities and the diversity, equity, and inclusion training in and of itself? I don't understand. I don't understand. China's National Socialist. Businesses don't do long-term. They want profit now at all cost. It's for the people going after power that you have to look for. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying. Initially, all these companies bought into the DEI because BlackRock and the other legacy companies were like, hey, we're going to pump you full of millions of dollars. So your profit losses in the beginning don't fucking matter. We're going to make up for that. You're going to push what we want because you're going to be making more money than what you lose by us giving you that money. Now, with those companies bleeding and all of these corporations realizing they're also bleeding money, but they're not relenting. They're not letting up. Even if, right, like Tim Pool was like, maybe we should go easy on Bud Light. Look, they're reversing things. They've partnered with the MMA. And even I was like, I don't know, that one MMA guy, he did basically say fuck the transgender people, and now Bud Light is supporting that, right? Like, they haven't called him out. They're still sponsoring the MMA. Maybe it's all about the long term now, right? Maybe it's all about the long term. Don't forgive Bud Light because they know what they're doing. It stopped being about the money. At first it was, right? They thought that they would be able to make massive profits and have no losses because BlackRock was making up for it. But now, if they're still diving headfirst into this shit tank of garbage, it's not about the money. It's about the ideology. Don't concede, hit them where it hurts. Yeah, any of these companies that are like, we're sorry. All you have to do is just look at what they're still doing. And if they're still doing this, they're not sorry. They're playing the ideological game. BlackRock and Vanguard have trillions under management, and the money they have is your money. It's your money. It's my money. If you have investments in an ETF, basket of stocks, then you are funding this. There's not much we can do about it by attacking the funds, but we can attack the companies through boycotts and laws passed. Yes. Yes. They did mention that BlackRock was having a bit of a struggle here, keeping up with the amount of money they were bleeding. We read about it a few months ago, I want to say. And there was, I have it in a tab somewhere, there was a law proposed to prevent companies like BlackRock from buying property wholesale as well. Stocks are gay. Can't boycott if they own all the alternative products too. Yeah. It's gotten bleed them like chickens. It's gotten kind of wild. It's got like you gotta wonder how it got, I guess, to this point in the first place. Like how much was going on that nobody fucking noticed until it was like literally exploding in their faces, right? And I'm not like a paragon of noticing, so I'm also obviously part of that. Because like I didn't know the extent of how fucking insane this was for quite a while. BR owns 401k companies. If you plan to retire, you're funding this. Jesus Christ. People did notice, they just filtered. I feel like a lot of normies don't know about this, right? You seem to notice a lot. Well, I'm still alive, so I don't notice enough. This was known back in the 60s? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure some people noticed it, but enough to do anything? Or maybe the people that did have the ability to do something just didn't care. I don't know. I don't know, man. Implicit bias training to reduce consumer discrimination. Chat, do you remember back in the day they used to have commercials with subliminal messaging in them? And that was made illegal. Like you couldn't splice like a half a second long image in the middle of your commercial to sort of like impress on your audience, to sort of get them to believe an idea or make them want your product more, right? If they're trying to do implicit bias training to reduce consumer discrimination, how are they going to do that without using the subliminal messaging? Because like if I see this type of shit, I'm going to absolutely discriminate, right? Like I don't want this. So how would they convince people? How would they convince people who are trying to buy products? Like, how are they going to reduce the consumer discrimination? How would they do that? Smoke now! Ah, yes, the Fight Club dick. Oh my god. It's a religion, it doesn't have to be hidden. Isn't that essentially like, instead of having happy family, they put happy black family and sad white family? Well, no, they would never put a happy black family. That's still homogenous. That's not getting to the point of diversity, equity, inclusion. They don't want a happy black family. Smoke! Make it impossible to boycott? I mean, maybe. I don't know, man. When you talk to older people about this kind of thing, the gist you get is that they simply think that the idea is too outlandish to be true. They're not wrong, right? Like, reading this shit, it doesn't feel real, right? Like, none of this feels like something that should be happening, and yet it is. And if you show someone who doesn't believe that this is happening evidence like this, that it is happening, and they still deny it, they're a lost cause. You can't show evidence to a demoralized person. Even if they don't realize that they've been demoralized, if you can show them evidence of something happening and they still tell you, no, that's a conspiracy theory, I don't believe it, it's not happening, even if it's coming from the mouths of the people who are pushing it, you can't reason with that person. The only time they will realize that this is happening is when it's them that is being directly affected by it. When they go to the store and try to buy something and are told, I'm sorry, sir, you are too old and white to buy this product today. Come back on Thursday. We've been called conspiracy theorists for decades. They'll never believe it, right? Incentives to promote an inclusive culture. It's weird. DEI as criteria in performance evaluation. If I work for a company and my performance evaluation is lower than someone else's because I am white, because I am a woman, because I am straight, that is discrimination. It's good discrimination according to these people, but that is discrimination. I don't understand how so many people can agree with this shit. And it's like, maybe some people look at this and they're like, yeah, this'll benefit me. It's benefiting me right now. I want to get all of the little happy good boy points from participating in this. Down with all of those people that it'll actually affect. It's gonna affect you too at some point. gonna affect you fucking too. They're going to come for you. You are not going to be safe. After they get rid of the actual people that they don't care about, they're going to start culling those who are supporting their ideology on a different axis. You weren't born into the right family. You don't have the right bloodline. You're still the wrong shade. You don't have enough money to be in our club. They're going to find a way to exclude you too, if you're buying into this just for personal gain. Everyone pushing for communism doesn't realize they're going for them first, right? A lot of people just see the short-term benefits. Room temp IQ. You gotta think about long-term, not just short-term. We'd rather say that there's no ideology. What matters is profits and profits alone. What we see here is but a micro-concession. So long as company maintains profits, some adjustments can be made. So long as numbers and arrows go upwards, companies and owners will do what is trendy. You have already lost the plot, sir. They are not doing what is trendy. They have already lost billions of dollars collectively pushing this shit. It is no longer about the money. And you're saying, should the change trend, ideology will be thrown out. That's what Tim Pool was trying to say. He was saying, oh look, Bud Light's reformed. They realized that pushing this ideology was bad and they apologized, and now they're supporting the MMA. Or like the wrestling or whatever fucking acronym it is, right? The WWW whatever. They're supporting one of them, right? No, Bud Light didn't apologize. Bud Light isn't going to stop pushing the ideology. This entire thing I've been reading this entire time. These people bold-faced said in that previous article I read, it's time to stop doing this ideologically and put it into practice. It's time to stop having companies do lip service and start actually selling their products, doing pricing tiers based on diversity, equity, and inclusion. They are ramping it up. They are not stopping it. It's time to stop. It's amazing how history repeats itself. Just as the class struggle was concentrated power in the 20th century, intersectional discrimination is now the same thing. It's always nothing but a facade. Yeah, unfortunately. You stopped watching him when he started losing his cool while doing his segments. You don't watch people to see them seethe every video. I feel like I've been seething a couple of times the last few days. It's no longer about money, it's about power. Yeah. In the beginning, I'd be willing to believe that almost all of these corporations bought into this DEI nonsense for the money. Because what business person wouldn't look at BlackRock saying, it doesn't matter how much money you lose, we'll pay you even more. And they're like, that's just free real estate. I'll do whatever the fuck you want me to. Because I'm literally not going to lose money. I'm only going to make it. So it doesn't matter. Right? Like, literally every smart businessman would have been like, yeah, sure, I'll take that fucking deal. It's not about that anymore. It hasn't been about the money for a while. And it's only gonna get worse from here. I do not know how we topple this power structure. They think they can print money forever with no consequences. They bought in thinking about money, but now they're controlled by the ideology. I wanna go home. Yeah? I was like, I can get angry about this, and I wish I had some way to think of a solution. Right? I guess I'm not smart enough? I don't know. Cause like, I don't know much about financial shit. So I don't know how we would be able to push back against this complete ideological takeover and all the corporations that we rely on, for lack of a better word, saying, fuck you, it's not about money anymore. We're pushing our ideology and we're going to change the landscape of the culture by doing this. Me spreading information about this is helping. That's the least I can do, for fucking sure. I just wanted to look up Campbell's soup, man. But like, I wish I could give more of a white pill, right? Like, I want to be able to think of a way to fix this, to reverse the tide. And like, even if, because there's not going to be any kind of a solution that fixes it this year or next year or in 2030. It's going to be a slow process of removing all of the fucking rot and disease in these companies. But I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to start doing that. And I wish I had an answer so I could fucking take the black pills away, you know? It's gonna crumble on itself and probably faster than we think. I don't know about that. I don't know about, because we all thought it was gonna crumble with Bud Light, right? We were all like, oh, they're losing so much money. They've been forced to issue retractions. Again, even Tim Pool was like, Kid Rock's drinking them again. Like, we're forgiving them. They're doing the right thing now. They're not. They're not doing the right thing now. It's all a cover, and it's going to get worse. I didn't think that. I was like, well, you know, it's interesting that they actually said something about it. You know, I thought it was interesting, but it's a fucking double speak again. Pigeonhole the beer hard enough. They're not buying it. Need to retake the institutions, but that will take forever. If you control education, you control the future. Yeah, like Yuri Bezmenov said, even if you started retaking those institutions this fucking second, even if you went in and you got rid of all of the communists and replaced it with teachers and educators who would instill American ideals in the generation that's learning, it would take, what did he say, like 20 years? It was like 20 years or some shit in order to even start seeing the effects from that. It'll take 2 generations. Yeah. Gotta stop participating. When it all crumbles, you can then retake things provided with you, even if you want these institutions to begin with. This is why I bleat so hard on the, like, dating sucks. It's awful. Don't let them demoralize you into thinking you have to be alone. Find someone you care about, who will care about you, who will give you children, who you can attempt to turn the tide of all of this fucking nonsense with. Don't get demoralized and distracted by the courts are stacked and they're against men and all men rape and there's no reason to trust men except for free meals. Don't get caught up in all that bullshit, right? Like, yeah, it might be true. Don't marry someone if you don't trust them to not drag your ass through the court. If you're with someone for like 5, 10, 15 years, you and the people around you should be smart enough to know exactly how that person acts. Shotgun marriage, be a stay-at-home mom. I think these people can do math. Oh my god. Hang on. 54%, 41%, and 23% don't add to 100? The BMI score says 35.4. So I don't know what kind of new math they're working on here. I can't even do old math, okay? Too late. You've romanticized your loneliness. Well, romanticize it further. You're gonna be the lonely stud in a wood cabin. And the glowies are gonna be chasing a poor woman who noticed too much. And she finds your cabin in the mountains. And you take her in. She's got all these fucking newfangled injections that track her. You gotta help her get the tracking devices out. She's gonna be thankful for saving her, okay? You can romanticize that shit. And here's her own himbo. She just doesn't know it yet. This sounds like a good movie. This math was made by a woman, Norm Macdonald. Oh, God. Oh, God. I keep rolling low on perception against their deception roll. Yeah, me too! I also roll fucking low on perception. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It's like the old 140% Russian election meme. Yeah, right? You consider getting married if you can find a girl who would appreciate you running Vampire the Masquerade for her. I'm sure you'll find one, dude. Did I see the parody ad about Notasinyoi for people who notice too much? No. No, I did not. I did not. Oh god, what else do we have in here? Development opportunities for diverse talent. If I'm in a job with somebody else and my boss says, we're gonna pay for your coworker to go get this degree so that they can have a higher position in our company. But we can't do it for you because you're the wrong skin color. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Reduce the role of recommendation letters in hiring. Now, at first glance, you might be like, oh, well, that's good because less nepotism, right? No, the people who actually get jobs from nepotism aren't going to be affected by this. The average layman who relies on, like, their previous bosses giving them a good recommendation are the ones who are going to be affected. The die landed on the edge. You should get our recommendation letters. Oh my god. Like, I know being, like, a chat moderator here, it's not a paid position, right? You're like, it's not a real job. But, like, if you are a mod for me, and you have a resume and, like, you need to look for jobs, fucking please put that you're a community manager on there. Please put me as a recommendation so I can talk you up if I get a phone call from someone looking to hire you, alright? Do it for free. Apparently some corpos have gotten the memo and are cutting back on DEI. I just don't believe you. We're reading right now why I don't believe you. It's actually demonic how all this DEI stuff is programmed since childhood due to how public schools are state-run. Literally programming children to support their own demise and get plugged into the system. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The stream is nice, funny, yapping fox. Hello, I have brain damage! Currently seeking employment and had referrals for a dozen jobs you're a perfect fit for, and you've not heard back or been rejected from all of them. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Beat on the actual nepo brats. And it's like, that's not to say that, like, all nepotism is bad, because some nepotism can be good, but it's like all we typically see are the people who, like, buy their slots into education and whatnot. Gonna write in your resume, community manager for multi-million company. Out of interest, have I read the Council of 300? I have not. We also have DEI criteria when hiring marketing talent. I would like to know why, like, criteria for hiring certain people is like there was hiring for marketing over here, but there was also for, like, advertising on the other side and for content on the other side. In my brain, wouldn't those all go in, like, the same sector? Talent management. Yep. Anti-bias hiring process. And we know this is also newspeak, right? Because we know that their anti-bias doesn't actually mean having no bias. It means having the correct bias. Because if they really wanted no bias in the hiring process, they would give hiring managers resumes with the names blanked out and with no ethnicity, gender, or sexuality statistics on it. It would be completely blank with just the resume if they wanted actual no bias. I want actual no bias. Hire on merit and ability to do job, not on some nonsense DEI. And that's why it's anti-bias, just like anti-racist. Modding chat for Kirsche legally counts as experience with special needs people. That's true. Add that to your moderation experience on your resume. The last company you heard of that did that hired like 40% Asians and 20% Indians. Wouldn't surprise me. Yay, I'm special! Yes, little Timmy, you get a helmet. DEI as criteria for compensation. So you're saying that my wages are going to be directly affected by my age, race, sexuality, gender? Yeah, that's a little weird. That's whoa, buddy. The black bonus. Suddenly, I feel like I'm 2% sub-Saharan African. You get a helmet, and you get a helmet. Free lawsuit. That's why, this makes me think back to... I don't think it passed. Please correct me if I'm wrong, chat. California tried repealing their affirmative action mandate in their state. I don't think it passed. But their reasoning for wanting to appeal the affirmative action wasn't because they felt that affirmative action was racist, which it is. They felt that it was not anti-racist. They wanted to be able to practice good discrimination, but their affirmative action mandate would not have let them do that. It didn't pass? All right. I remembered correctly. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Not racist enough. And everyone's retort to that was, hey, if you do that, wouldn't white people be able to exclude black people from their neighborhoods? And isn't California like a rich, fancy place where all of these Hollywood people live in their mansions? So that would actually look really bad for our state if that happened. I was like, well, that certainly is an argument, but I don't think it's the right one. South Africa did affirmative action in a big way, on its way to become a failed state, by the way. Oh, man. Sneeds, feed, and seed. California here, it did not pass. They actually wanted to change the California state constitution to do that. Yeah, I'm glad I remember that it didn't pass, because it's like, I don't want to say the wrong thing. I try my best to not give wrong information. Now we're on to the culture and structure portion of the organizational practices. Establish employee groups. That doesn't sound like melting pot to me. If you're segregating your employee groups, isn't that bad? I was always told, like, we gotta live together in harmony, not like separate but equal. Mugman, please save us! As someone who escaped California a few months ago, get out, brother! Save yourself! Papers, please. Oh, man. Ziz, we need to get my Papers, please fucking playthrough up on the main channel soon, dude. It becomes relevant every day. Leaders work to create a culture of inclusion. How is there a culture of inclusion if you're establishing employee groups and you're saying that there are like set groups that are crossed on these identifying lines? Like, you're not making much cohesive sense here, okay? Adequate representation in the marketing team. Well, if you're using DEI criteria when hiring marketing talent, wouldn't that make sense? Like, how are they gonna lose points in both categories, or are they just gonna be like, well, you use DEI practices in hiring, but like that black person isn't dark enough, so you don't have adequate representation? Like, what? How am I supposed to read this? Representation in marketing from communities served. This is like the only thing that has made sense. Like, if you're in a specific community, it would make sense to do that, right? Like, the team in Chicago is probably gonna look different than the team in, like, Kittery, Maine. It's funny how marketers tend to drop DEI faster than other segments of companies because it's impossible to market well under those policies. Representation in marketing leadership. This is literally just like, we need more women. We need more women in CEO positions, and it's like, well, not really. If they're not qualified, I don't want them there. Leaders value DEI. You're going to pledge allegiance to our ideology, are you not? You're going to recite the pledge of the DEI, are you not? You don't want to lose your bonus for this year. Oh my god. More female sewer workers now. Case for importance of inclusion on growth. DEI criteria guiding agency talent. Policy against microaggressions. Chad, I want to remind you that people who believe microaggressions exist tried creating a VTuber company. I never remember the VTuber company because I get it confused with VT Rainbow. It wasn't VT Rainbow. I can't remember who it was. Someone in chat might. But like, they tried making a Pride Prism or some shit. Maybe. I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't want to say the wrong. Was it Pride Prism? Was it? Okay. Maybe you remember. But like, they tried making this like diverse, equitable group of VTubers. And I was like, this gonna be good. I followed that account because I was like, there's no way this doesn't implode within the year. And after a few months, someone left the group. They were transgender, and they were just like, our black leader is transphobic, and thus I don't want to be there anymore. They make me feel comfortable. And the black leader was like, you're not high enough on the oppression pyramid. I draw my trap card. I place my trap card face up. You're a racist for calling a black person aggressive. And I was like, holy shit. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful fight. So there was like an all-out war between these people and other VTubers in the company picking sides. They were just like, do I want to support the black person or the transgender? Which one's gonna get me the more virtue points on social media? I play Nazi accusations face up in attack mode, right, dude? Oppression Olympics. What did anyone expect? I don't know, man. It just like, it blows my mind every time that shit tries to happen. Dedicated person to manage DEI progress. Wow. They're gonna make a useless position to manage useless shit. And they're probably gonna pay them pretty fucking well. Lying pays. Leaders accountable for inclusive growth and a public report of DEI metrics. I love that part. I love that it's gonna be public because I hope we get more weird fucking female egg graphs like this. Have my bits, you mad woman, you. I want to make a joke, but I'm afraid I'll tip the YouTube automod. Oh no. Remember Morgan Freeman saying the best way to end racism is to stop talking about it? Apparently DEI folks completely ignored that advice and did the opposite, yeah? Yeah. So this was a little bit of a look into some bridge stuff, right? And I kept going. Cause I was like, how can I stop here? I just wanted to know what Campbell's Soup was doing and why they were included on the Veebs list. And I got way fucking more than I bargained for, chat. This all started with Campbell's Soup. And so from this little graph thing, I was like, all right, well, they keep mentioning Bridge. Let's go look up Bridge. So this is Bridge's website. In times of drastic change, it is the leaders who inherit the future. The learned usually find themselves beautifully equipped to live in a world that no longer exists. What a fucking scary quote, dude. What the fuck? This makes it all the more realistic what I was saying earlier about the companies no longer caring about the money. It's not about money. It's about ideology at this point. If you still think this has anything to do with profit, you have lost the plot. Look how diverse that committee is. The Bridge Board of Directors is the governing body of Bridge, composed of a combination of diversity, equity, and inclusion leaders, business leaders, and other C-suite leaders in organizations who are driving the change agenda internally. The Bridge Leaders Board is the heart and soul of Bridge, working together to elevate the role of underrepresented communities and people with different lived experiences. The board will work collectively with Bridge staff to set the operational priorities for the organization. And we got the CEO and founder, there's that name again, Cheryl Dijah. We got someone from Discover, you know, the credit card people. Milk Pep, I have no idea who the fuck they are. Unilever. These are all diversity officers, by the way. Like, all of these are diversity officers. Unilever, Condé Nast, The Weather Company, Superset, Digital Direct Holdings, Sephora. Members, so these were the executive committee. Members, Havas Media Network, NBC Universal, Channel Factory, Naturade, E&J Gallo Winery, Index Exchange, Colgate Palmolive. You like that dish soap? We All Rise Together. I don't know what the fuck that is. WPP. The Ad Council, by the way. Brand Safety Institute. H&R Block. This woman doesn't look real. Amy LeBrew, I'm sorry. You look like an AI. I'm like, I can't even focus on her face, her top lip. And like, her mouth keeps doubling. This isn't a real person. I refuse to believe it. iHeartMedia. I always see about iHeartRadio everywhere. McKinsey and Company, Condé Nast again, Group M, Ads Mobile, Nielsen, Media Brands, Campbell's My Soup, Indeed, Publicus Group A. We got a couple more people down here. We got Cheryl Repeated, Chief of Staff for Bridge. These are just Bridge staff members. Just Bridge staff members who work on the company. You soupy bitch. Crazy that 100% of these companies suck and make garbage. Oh, man. Turn her into a chick, make them gay and lame. So these are all the people who are on the board from all the different companies. Let's see if I can, before I go further. Inclusion is good for business. By measuring inclusion maturity at both the brand and company levels, IMAX equips diversity, marketing, and business leaders with the following. Inclusion assessments determine where gaps exist across your organization. Intentional prioritization process. Be intentional about your focus on priorities for low-hanging and longer-term practices. Capability building. Implement the capabilities needed to bridge these gaps. This is just telling you there's the little wormy thing we read earlier. There's the other graph we saw earlier as well. Bridge IMAX is currently being piloted by these industry leaders. Campbell's, Colgate Palmolive, Sephora. Get started with IMAX? I don't think I will. IMAX is the culmination of a cross-sector research collaboration between academia and industry, developed with Bridge's board of directors, research steering committee, and a distinguished academic team from Emory University, the University of Georgia, and Indiana University. Bridge IMAX represents a new approach to inclusion as a growth driver. The focus is steeped in meticulous examination. The research revealed the practices that contribute to the equities and inequities affecting underrepresented communities in the marketplace, including product availability, pricing structures, and services. The insight, we specifically focused on the marketplace because this space has received very little academic or managerial attention. Our investigation also uncovered workplace behaviors and dependencies critical for the marketplace to succeed. How are they not getting sued by IMAX movies? I don't know. You should take your meds. Meds hate! Meds hate! You can't make me!
These people unironically make more people racist if they have pattern recognition. That crazy gypsy lady on the corner selling fortunes was right.
Yeah? The methodology, the research included a combination of the Bridge Voices of Inclusion research with interviews of close to 50 CDOs, CMOs, and CEOs, as well as an extensive academic review of existing research literature and consumer sentiment research. Leverage inclusion to drive your business growth. And here are some more companies that don't directly partner with Bridge, but I guess have contributed to the methodology here. We have Airbnb, Beam Suntory, Bevel, Black Group, BNY Mellon, Discover was there, EOS. Isn't EOS the fucking like lip gloss people? Hilton for the stay. Indeed, I can't read that one. McDonald's, McKinsey and Company, Metro Plus Health, the NFL, Pimco, Reckitt, Rent Spree. I don't know what this R is. Royal Caribbean Group. That's a cruise line, isn't it? Tailored Brands, Together for Safer Roads, True Car, UNFI, there's Unilever again, Walgreens Boots Alliance, Waze app, the Waze app, and WPP. That's kind of nuts. The one you couldn't read was the LA Rams NFL team. What the fuck? That's so random. If the meds are an altering of the brain state, then doesn't that mean being off meds is the natural state you're meant to operate in? Yes. Isn't Waze from Google? I have no idea who owns Waze. Don't tell me that's my gym. Waze, what the fuck? Yeah, UNFI is a food supplier, you believe? Jeez. Everything is evil. Time to go live in the woods. That's kind of nuts. Hear why the industry is excited. I am impressed by how insightful and actionable the social media analysis is and how it works in tandem with IMAX. Head of diversity. So these are basically like diversity leaders sucking their own cocks then? VP Marketing Campbell's. IMAX is a historic win for inclusion, business, and the communities we serve. It is also an inherent unifier because it gives executive teams and practitioners across our organizations the collaborative means to see where our gaps are and close them together. That's basically what this section is. That's basically what this section is. Was that article called? You need to send it to someone? I don't know if people are posting in the articles read on stream. It might be in there. I'm not sure exactly which one.
I'm not sure I'm not sure exactly which one
you're referring to. It doesn't look like people are keeping up with it. I'm sorry, I'm not also keeping up with it. This article maybe was the last one I read. Post that one. That's a long fucking link. Stuff isn't meant to make companies money. They exist to loot as much as they can from the companies. No, at this point I don't think so. I don't think so. Steering committee. What the fuck is Milk Pep? The fuck is Milk Pep? Never heard of that company. You were yelled at for reminding me to keep up with it, so you don't remind me anymore. Not by me. Oh, okay, I was like, what? When did I yell at you? Yeah, I'm probably not gonna remember very often. Am I Miss Salty Cracker? I'm kind of salty. I'm a little sweaty right now. It's very hot in my apartment at the moment. It's very hot in here, but I'm not taking off my clothes.
You having a
Oh, they have an event. Get actionable DEI and inclusion strategies from the top diversity, marketing, and business executives driving systemic change. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Highlights from Bridge 2023. 42 speakers, 26 sessions, NPS score 91.3. I don't know what that means. I don't know what an NPS score is. Why sponsor Bridge? Please join us if you're a CEO or some such. DEI leaders early bird rate, is that... That's a lot of money for tickets. Holy shit. If you're interested in pricing for 3+ people from the same company, please email. Those are expensive fucking tickets. These are the people who attended in 2023. Disney, hello. Hello, Disney. More like NPC score. What do we have for speakers? Oh, I don't want to submit my application. I don't want to submit testimonials. Oh, this is just for the same page. Okay, let's go back to their main website. Let's go back to the main website. Academy. Under construction. It takes a village to inspire, educate, and empower a child. Yeah, they're not really being subtle anymore. There's Cheryl Davis again. And seeing Cheryl Davis as a CEO and founder, I was like, this woman looks too suspiciously white to be the CEO and founder of an organization like this. So I was like, Lord, I'm a good person. All right, I'm a good person. I'm a good person. I'm a good person. New DEI organization gets backing from Unilever, Group M, and NBCU executives. This is another article just talking about the large corporations who are backing the Bridge company. Bridge is here now to help companies create their own agendas within their organizations to help them implement real change, Daija said. It's not just about optics. 2023 was all optics. The closest they got to practice was Dylan Mulvaney's campaign with Bud Light. And Bud Light bent the knee because they got scared. They're not pulling out. They're not apologizing for real. They're going to keep doing this. They just had a moment of weakness. We got this woman here as well. Marketers were 2 times as likely than those in other professions to report a lack of opportunity for people of color in 2020. What? According to a study by the Harris Poll, Bridge, an acronym for the gaps within belonging, representation, inclusion, diversity, and equity, aims to target issues not only in the workplace, but also the workforce and the marketplace. This basically just recaps what we've already read from other. This man does not look real either. Mr. John Suarez Davis. This man doesn't look real. Oh, he's part of Cunny. Yadira Gonzalez is an intern with Ad Age. Gonzalez is an undergraduate student at Cunny Barak College, majoring in journalism. Sorry, it's not the guy that's not real. It's the lady who wrote the article. It's the lady who wrote the article. Let me make sure I click on the correct tab next, by the way. Let me make sure I push the correct one. this was... Where did I get this from? Where did this tab come from? Oh, man. Oh, man. When I was looking up Cheryl doesn't have a Wikipedia page. But when I was looking up Cheryl, this was also something that popped up. This is also something that popped up.
Only after passing through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Get teed pilled. THX Kirsche.
Manya! Don't worry, I'm gonna read all of those after. I knew if I started reading thank yous while I was reading these articles, I would get fucking lost. This is another Cheryl Dijah. Can brands push beyond performative DEI initiatives? In the wake of International Women's Day and World Pride Month, this was in March of last year. Why is there a World Pride Month, by the way? The subsequent flood of rainbow flags, empowering talks, and hashtags, do diversity, equity, and inclusion policies risk becoming performative marketing exercises? The Drum spoke to leading DEI specialist Cheryl Dijah, CEO and founder of Bridge, about the need for a narrative change as the organization eyes global expansion. Diversity, equity, and inclusion policies risk becoming performative marketing exercises if brands and companies do not ensure full integration across the business. Cheryl Dijah, the CEO and founder of Bridge, a US-based DEI organization for the marketing industry, says DEI needs to be integrated from the top down and treated as operationalized business practice within the organization. There's that phrase again, chat. Never heard this phrase until today. Never once have I heard this phrase. Bridge, which is backed by Unilever, WPP, Condé Nast, Discover, Indeed, IBM, McKinsey & Company, Group M, Media Brands, and other major international brands, is pushing hard to change the narrative around DEI from a soft marketing focus to a legitimate business line item that is actionable across a business. We are trying to change the narrative of DEI from a philosophy or even a moral imperative, which obviously it is, but that hasn't gotten us to where we need to go. To figure out how we operationalize inclusion as a business practice, Dijah tells The Drum. I think a lot of what's happening is this performative nature to diversity and inclusion. America has become a company of months. There's Black History Month, International Women's Month, Hispanic Heritage Month. We've literally become a country of months. And what's happened is the marketers and the advertisers are using these months as ways to show their commitment to DEI, but it's performative. It doesn't change anything. If you're going to do a rainbow flag, then you best have some advocacy around LGBTQ rights. Otherwise, it's just performative, she says. And we've been saying this for years. We've been pointing out, company don't care about you. They're literally just doing it for your money. And these people are saying, the companies are performing, they're not actually doing. They need to be actually doing if we plan to root our ideology the way we want it to be. Bridge, which stands for Belonging, Representation, Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity. They do have their own acronym now. I just assumed they were like, yeah, bridging the gaps, because especially that's what they were talking about the whole time. And all of the other, they were like, yeah, bridge, like bridging the gaps. Where's the G?
You had a stroke?
The G is the gap in all of those things. I'm glad you asked, chat. Was born out of the idea that we could leverage the same model that brands use to build marketing platforms that drive change and apply that to DEI initiatives. Bridge is in the process of building organizational frameworks which can help companies to create actionable strategies. This article I'm reading is from March. This other article that had this in it, this other article is from August. So they only took like a handful of months to come out with the framework for companies. So they started talking about this March last year. They instituted their policies in August of last year. I wonder when we're gonna start seeing the effects of this year. I'm very curious who is going to be the first one up on the serving platter.
Tuesday night's anal night.
That's right, Tuesday night is anal night. I love the 6,000-year-old lolly cum demon vampires.
The people who could enter are already rich and shielded by plausible deniability and golden parachutes. They do not care if the company is profitable. Basmenov was right about needing 20 years to peacefully right the ship.
It is ideology at this point. These companies do not care about profit. It is ideology. Where was I reading? I lost my highlight. Actionable strategies and accountable practices to ensure diversity, equity, and inclusion policies become a business foundation. The aim is to help businesses avoid the pitfalls and help them create robust business practices to ensure change across all elements of the organization. This is a very different approach, admits Daija. We are really committed to creating a framework that is actionable and digestible for companies so that they know where to start. We're trying to take away that performative nature of DEI and help organizations create structural and systemic change that is consistent and continuous. Every company is going to have a different challenge, but this is about taking away the objections and excuses. Change is not just going to happen by appointing a chief diversity officer. It needs to become part of the company's culture and DNA. The idea is to help companies understand what the foundation of inclusion as a business practice looks like, so they can start to implement practices that change against that, says Daija. With a board comprising major global brands, Daija says there is a growing interest in expanding beyond the United States. All the brands that are involved with us are global brands, says Daija. We are in the process of exploring this with a number of our members to understand what our role would be on a global stage and what would Bridge look like. It's early days, but there is certainly a lot of interest. And I was like, okay, Daija. All right, Daija. Let's see what else you got for me, baby. And I found this video. I found this video. Let me refresh so it plays from the beginning.
It moves the conversation away from opinions and beliefs, and it puts it into business practices, right? Exactly, data. So, we can stop arguing about whether it's a moral imperative or it's not a moral imperative, or we're taking jobs away or we're not, or it just none of that matters. The issue is what are your business practices that are contributing to an inclusive brand.
I love this framework. I love this this index, this assessment that you have, because again, it's not just, this is just a marketing tool.
It moves the conversation away from opinions and beliefs, and it puts it into business practices, right? Exactly, data. So, we can stop arguing about whether it's a moral imperative or it's not a moral imperative, or we're taking jobs away or we're not, or
it's not about we're taking jobs away or we're not. She said the quiet part out loud. They know what they're doing. We know what they're doing. Normies, please wake up. Normies, please wake up. This is 36 minutes. I did not know that clicking on that short would not pause it and instead take me here. I have no idea what this is. Nice video. 3 weeks ago. In this episode, host Sasha Thompson chats with Cheryl Daija, who discusses the creation of Bridge, an industry trade association focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. I didn't expect the rabbit hole to keep going, chat. I thought I hit the fucking bottom. What the fuck?
Welcome everyone to DEI After 5, the show that focuses on topics across diversity, equity, and inclusion with some of the brightest minds in the industry.
The brightest minds, by the way.
Here's your hostess, inclusive culture curator, and coach, Sasha Thompson.
What the fuck am I watching? What the fuck is going on?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's episode of DEI After 5. Okay, so if you know anything about me, my career, all the things that I have done, you know that my last job in corporate
the hostess
was
with
doing
the
inclusive
mostest
marketing for a big
I'm gonna pull this down because you guys can't see the wall saying the equity equation.
Was at that time, there was this mindset that DEI only lived in HR. HR was only the only part of the organization that should touch DEI. So today,
what the fuck was
we're
that?
going to talk to Cheryl Deja, who is part of an organization that is really focused on.
I'm gonna cook a steak and be a generic white guy. How dare you!
And so before I go any further, I want to bring Cheryl in. So Cheryl, welcome to the show.
How much you want to bet she has a white husband?
So much,
oh
Sasha,
God!
for having me.
Oh God! Hold on! Hold on! Don't look at my tabs. What's her fucking name? Sasha Thompson. Let me look this woman up. Sasha Thompson, husband. Does she have one? ACC's post diversity coaching CEO Exco. Does she have like a Twitter maybe? Does she have a Twitter maybe? I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe she doesn't have a husband. I am I don't know if it's the same one because this one says I'm a God-fearing woman. I just don't believe you. She wrote an article called White Woman's Roles in Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? Okay, hold on. Sasha Thompson, let's try Twitter if I can't find her husband. Let's see. There's probably a lot of Sasha Thompson, so let's see if I can find the right one. Check in with everyone individually and ask, how can I best support you? That kind of sounds like her. This kind of looks like her. Inclusive culture curator. Wow, I am amazing at finding people. She got 52 followers, Washington D.C. She posted last in October. I don't see anything in here about a husband though. It's all about equity, leadership, institute shit. Maxwell's 5 levels model to 360 degrees inclusive leadership. Equity Leadership Institute launches a 4-day inclusive leadership certification. I don't see anything about a husband. If you guys are looking her up, if you find a husbando, what's the difference between the equity equation and the Equity Leadership Institute? I don't care. They both say equity, so I don't give a shit about them. If you know who this is, I fuck with you heavy. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. No, I don't see anything about a husband on here. I doubt she has a Wikipedia page. She's hiding him. No husband, only cats. She might have a trophy husband. Literally. Okay. All right. Well, I went to Google Images. This is a different woman. Okay. This is a different. I went. Is this a safe? Okay. I went to Google Images. Let me drag up my browser again so you don't see my fucking tabs. I went to Google Images and this came up and I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? That's a totally different one. It's not her. That's not her. I was very confused. I was very confused. Lesbian or girl boss who don't need no man? I mean, she definitely girl bossing. I feel like she girl bossing a little too close to the fucking sun though. Let's be real. Oh, let's be real. Where's this video? We're going back here. We're going back. I couldn't find anything, so we're giving up the search. We're back in the hot seat.
So Cheryl, tell us first of all about you and who you are and how you got into this, and then talk to us a little bit about this trade association.
Yes. Okay, so I was born in South Africa. I lived under the apartheid regime. And so at a very early age, I understood what inequities looked like. And that's my passion for social
I was not
justice.
expecting
I
that.
was always committed to social justice in all its forms. And when I came to the US, I thought that I was going to see something very different. But, obviously there were differences, but, still
Turn off the background. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me. I still have the background
I'm also
music
part of a multiracial family. I see the world through my son's eyes. And so it's very personal for me to change the trajectory of opportunities that are available for Black and brown people in this country, and certainly for the next generation. So that's
weird
like
savior
that's
complex.
my personal background.
Oh, is that
My
all of your
professional
personal background,
is,
though, lady?
I'm a consummate marketer. I started my career in the health and beauty aid industry. I was recruited into the technology industry. And then after 9/11, I found myself recruited into the industry trade group.
Why was 9/11 important to mention there? That's kind of weird.
Quite frankly, I wasn't even familiar with industry trade groups at that time. But I ended up being the general manager for the IAB, which is the Interactive Advertising Bureau, and then most recently the chief strategy officer at the MMA, which is focused on mobile marketing.
The MMA, huh?
You know, as part of my role, I was able to bring together, right, the power of industry trade groups is bringing together the industry to create marketing platforms, to create a marketplace of, you know, buying and selling media, etc. And so after the murder of George Floyd, I had the distinct pleasure and honor of being introduced to a number of chief diversity officers at that time. And we ended up, you know, it was a time, right, like when everyone wanted to just kind of be together. COVID was kind of happening. And
only kind of happening.
We would meet every few weeks. We would just meet as a group.
Wait. If COVID was kind of happening, why were you meeting as a group? Why were you meeting as a group if COVID was happening? Please.
And it occurred to me in those conversations that being a chief diversity officer in corporate America is a lonely road. A lot of times, as you just said, right?
Probably on Zoom.
The outside of
it could be on Zoom. It could have been, but like, she didn't specify, and I am not gonna believe a single thing that this woman says is truthful. All right. Like after reading everything that she's said, I'm not gonna give her benefit of any fucking doubt.
Business.
Help.
And they were told to fix things. And it wasn't really their job, right, to fix. And so I thought to myself, well, why would we not use the power of an industry trade group to drive change against a purpose as opposed to just building platforms for marketers? And so Bridge was born out of that. And so, you know, as you said, we are now the first independent DE&I trade group for the global marketing industry.
I don't like how they put the and sign in there.
I just wish I would have met you some years ago to be a part of this. Because, you know, as you were saying,
HR was a mistake.
These chief diversity officers, you know, being brought in to fix things. I was told that my job was to make things look pretty because I was in marketing. And I was like, that's not what I do.
Oh, God.
No. And so I appreciate the fact that, you know, it is a trade.
I'm not supposed to make things look pretty in marketing. I'm supposed to inject ideology.
Association, but that focus on diversity and inclusion. And so what makes that different than like the American Marketing Association or any other, you know, association that's focused on marketing?
Yeah. Well, I mean, our North Star is really about inclusion. And so I should say that BRIDGE is an acronym for belonging, representation, inclusion, diversity. The G is the gap in all of those things. And then the E is equity. And our mission is really about moving the narrative of DE&I away from philosophy to operationalizing inclusion as a business practice. So our North Star is that. Our North Star is not necessarily marketing per se, because we believe that inclusion
marketing's only a part of
the
it.
Entire organization, marketing included, but you know, everywhere from organizational practices all the way to advocacy. And so the way that we come at it is that we look at the business practices. You know, our goal is really about operationalizing inclusion, as I said, as a business practice, not a philosophy anymore. And you know, to your point, Sasha, what that does is it removes the dependency of DE&I from an individual.
What is she even talking about? How do you move a literal ideology away from an ideology? That's not what she's saying. What she's saying is diversity, equity, and inclusion has been something that companies do performatively to make money. They set up like Black History Month, Pride Month, Transgender Awareness Week. They set up all these little tiny celebratory things of all these like minority aspects of someone's personhood. And they try to sell things based on that. And what they want to do is remove diversity, equity, and inclusion from just a performative marketing stance. It's not just going to be like all the weird advertisements of like lesbians making out to sell a cheeseburger, or like never seeing a homogenous family in an advertisement ever again, right? It's not going to be that. It's going to be a foundation that the company builds from the ground up. So instead of just having performative marketing, you're going to have equitable pricing on your products. You're going to have equitable hiring in your teams. You're going to be removing discrimination and biases from your consumers themselves. They're saying it is an ideology and it hasn't gone far enough. And now we're really going to make the companies put their shoes in place and do what we want to push the ideology. That's probably why they got so mad with the super straight thing. If you are just coming in now and you're like a little bit lost, I have been talking about this for a couple of hours now. Today I intended to finish the Rich Campbell thing that I didn't finish watching on Saturday because we had so much other stuff going on. I woke up and I Googled Campbell's soup because of some like list that it was on. And we got down this rabbit hole literally from fucking soup. Like that's how we're here. Campbell's soup happened and the tangents took us away. It's been a soup and slide chat.
Personal function, and it places it squarely on everyone in the organization.
Wait. We have a soup emote in my Discord. There was when Azure Lane first had the cattery introduced, when you first got the Meowficers, one of the Meowficers was named Soup, and I added Soup as an emote because his name being Soup made me lose my fucking mind and I couldn't stop laughing. Holy shit, life is an eternal loop.
Right? And so I can talk a little bit about a framework that we've created, but I'll let you, maybe ask other questions and then we can get there.
No, I mean, I would love to hear this framework because you are speaking my language, right? I have always been one that said this needs to be a part of the DNA of the organization.
That's right.
If something happened to the one person that's responsible, it should not make everything else fall apart. And so one of the things that we're noticing
cattery is
right
also
now
a mess,
is so many
don't worry.
organizations are letting go or cutting back the resources or funds to their diversity and inclusion offices, their chief diversity officers, etc. And people are just like, okay, so if that's gone, what else do we do? And it's like, it should be part of your DNA. It should be part of your everyday operations, regardless of which department you're a part of, and it goes beyond
you will prostrate
your
yourself at our
like,
altar.
how is it
You will
impacting
sacrifice the
industry that you're
blood
a
and
part
not
of?
just
how is it
the
impacting
brain.
your customers and clients, all of those things. And so, like I said, you're speaking my language. So tell us a little bit about this framework, because I think many of the people that listen to this show
can't stand these people talking, but it's important to hear them talk.
Some
unfortunately,
are in HR or in culture teams, and some are just leaders, within their organizations that want to be more inclusive. And so, if you could share that framework, so people have an understanding of, okay, these are some things I need to be considering or thinking about.
Yeah. So, okay. So we decided kind of early on when we we created Bridge, and it should be said that we're still a young organization. We're not yet a toddler, but we're courageous, so we act like teenagers.
Who talks about a fucking company that way? What the hell?
So very early on, I was connected. So I had worked in a past project with an incredible professor of marketing at Emory University, Dr. Omar Rodrigo Villa. And I was talking to him when I was creating.
I remember that name in one of the articles we read.
you know, Omar, what research can we do that will change the trajectory and start to allow people, everyone in every company, to understand that inclusion is the job of all and not the job of one. And so together we
how do we spread our ideology so that everyone has to take part and everyone is pushing it at the same time and not just those in charge? I don't like this. Like it really feels like it shouldn't be something that's real. And like we're just looking at like a season of the simulation that just hasn't taken off, you know? Like it's weird, chat. It's weird, chat.
Created a research program called Voices of Inclusion. And what we wanted to do was to understand what the business practices were that contribute to equities or inequities.
This bridge lady is guaranteed a cat lady. She has no investment in the future. Oh, Chank. She already said she had a son, but wait, I found something else on this woman, and I didn't expect to find this video. Right, when I went to pause that short, I expected the short to pause, but the short took me to another video. I got another tab. I have another tab on this woman.
In the marketplace. We focused on the marketplace because clearly there would be dependencies on the workplace, and there's not a lot of research out there on the marketplace, right? And so if you're an inclusive brand in the marketplace, then you're obviously doing some pretty good stuff in the workplace.
Close the fucking tabs, you psychopath.
So we
my tabs are my power. Fuck you, chat.
Officers, chief marketing officers, and CEOs. And what I should say, just as a kind of aside, Sasha, I think it's important, is if you look at the Bridge board of directors, you'll see
very
an
diverse
intersection between chief diversity officers. So we have like the chief diversity officer from Discover Financial and Unilever and Nielsen. But then we have the marketing leaders from Colgate and Indeed and Campbell's. And then we have CEOs from a number of different companies. Because we believe, again, this is kind of acting out on our mission, is that the change needs to happen at that intersection of DE&I, marketing, and business.
So I guess they're trying to be like, if all of you are working together, you can cohesively push the ideology better than if it was just the diversity officers trying to do it from the inside.
So we were intentional about how we built the board. In the same way, we interviewed that cross-functional section of leaders, CDOs, CMOs, and CEOs to uncover what the business practices were that, as I said, contribute either to equities or inequities in the marketplace. And we know that there are a lot of inequities, right? Whether it's getting a mortgage or leasing a car or walking down the beauty aisle in a supermarket or a pharmacy.
What?
And through that research,
what? Hold on.
Or leasing a car, we know that there are a lot of inequities, right? Whether it's getting a mortgage.
Chat, one of Ozehara's clips, what's on his channel from early last year, is me complaining about the Biden administration issuing a mandate that people with high credit scores will have to make up the cost of people with low credit scores so that people with low credit scores can be given better mortgage deals. I am sick of everything. I am sick of everything, chat.
Or leasing a car or walking down.
I don't want to make up for someone's fucking car lease either. And what does she mean by walking down the beauty aisle in a supermarket or a pharmacy? How is equity needing to be practiced there? I just
the beauty aisle in a supermarket or a pharmacy. And
is she referring to where some colors of beauty product have to be locked where the others don't? That's is she saying that the shop owners themselves are noticing too fucking much and thus they need to stop noticing, stop locking up the ones that get stolen more often, and just let your products get stolen? Oh god, chat. I've been out of water for like an hour now. I am in desperate need of... I hate to leave you in the middle of a video, but I am going to die. I'm going to die if I don't get water! So I'm gonna take my little protein break here. It is 6 o'clock. I'm gonna be right back. We're gonna keep watching this, and I got one more tab on this fucking woman. On this fucking Daija woman. Alright, okay. Oh, fuck, dude. Fuck, dude, the rabbit hole goes deep. And I got a lot of thank yous. Thank you everyone who has been tipping and subbing during this time. I've been hard focused on getting through this accidental tangent that I never meant to go on, but I googled soup! Ah! I'll be right back. Thank you for looking at ads if you're not subbed to me on Twitch. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's butt time?
Just actual fucking degenerates.
Alright, let's fucking go. It's back to Clown World. It's time to die. It's time to D-I-E. Thank you for the welcome back. I was clearing my throat way too much. So I was like, I can't put off this video. Can't wait till the end of the video to get my water.
Close the fucking tabs, you psychopath.
Fuck you, my tabs are magical! Maybe in the bad way, but at least we're aware of things happening. If it's in the bad way. Clowning around at the speed of sound. I'm sick of it!
And through that research, we literally uncovered 72 business practices across 5 dimensions of the organization.
By uncovered, they mean literally fucking invented. Because none of this is necessary. This is all ideologically driven.
Okay. So the pillars that we focused on were organization practices.
She's talking about the like
marketing
weird
management practices,
globe thing that we read through earlier.
So maybe I'll back up for a second. Organization practices is laying the foundation, right? Like who's your team, etc. Marketing management practices is about how do you see the market? How do you segment your marketplace? How do you understand the communities that are in you want to target in your market? How do you create more potential communities that you're not currently talking to and marketing to? And then on the marketplace side, there's commercial practices, and the commercial
chat. I don't know how many of you watched my interview with like that AI global VTuber award lady. The entire time I've been watching this video, all I can think of is who hurt you? I just want to know why you guys are so not trusting of people trying to help you.
Practices is how do you serve your market, right? Mm-hmm. What are the products and services that you create? The pricing, how do you develop products with different communities in mind? Then we have marketing communications practice, which obviously, how do you communicate? How does your brand show up in the marketplace? And then advocacy practices, which is obviously, how do you advocate for the community, etc., that you're serving?
I just want a good product.
So the research revealed these 72 business practices across 5 dimensions. And
who radicalized you?
The academic team, which by the way, Omar brought in professors from Emory. So he's from Emory University. Then from
that's a good point. Never trust anyone who makes up their problem for you that they can then help you with. That's all this is. It's a manufactured problem that's not fucking real, and them wanting to sell you a solution for it, but it's not just about the money. The ideological power in transforming the landscape of American culture and other culture, because it's also, she said, moving beyond America. They want the ideological power.
Of Georgia and Indiana University. So it was like some of the best academic minds that are out there. And we said, okay, so now what do we do with this research that it can make it actionable? Because everything that Bridge does, we want to make it actionable. So we converted the research into an inclusion maturity assessment tool, which is called, which Bridge has now called IMAX.
Stone Toss comic. I mentioned that earlier. I was like, this is literally the Stone Toss comic, dude.
Capability building. Because what was important to us was not only for companies to see where they are.
I think in current year there needs to be a new panel added, right? Instead of the person being like cheeseburgers, it's more that person questions cheeseburgers and then someone else at the businessman table goes, it's not about cheeseburgers anymore.
But also to understand how they can get to increased inclusion maturity, right? How do they build capabilities internally to improve their inclusion maturity? So a company would take the assessment, and by the way, you can do the assessment at both the company level and at the brand level.
Okay.
So a company like Sephora has done the program with us. They did it at the company
weird way to pronounce
level.
Sephora.
A company like Campbell's, who has obviously a portfolio of brands,
Right.
They chose to start with 2 brands. And what was really interesting was that one of the brands had a higher inclusion maturity than the other. So and
Campbell's was a company that I didn't even know was fucking doing this. I didn't even notice that Campbell's was doing all of this shit. We were too focused on Bud Light and Disney and not looking at what the other brands were being a part of. Oh, hot damn. They hit it pretty well. I don't even know if they were hiding it. It was just other companies were accelerating faster, maybe. What's Campbell's? Campbell's is a soup company. They have Campbell's soup, Campbell's chunky soup. They own Goldfish, the snack crackers.
Right, was that they had a core competency in the organization. It just wasn't extending across the organization. So when a company will take the assessment, right, they will get an overall brand inclusion maturity score. Where are they against, on the scale of inclusion from a maturity perspective? And then they will get
a nonsense sentence, dude.
Scores against each one of those business practices.
Why would anyone look for this? This video only has 38 views.
And we can do it for both B2C companies and B2B companies. Whether you're a consumer-facing brand or whether you're a company that is a B2B company, we can do the same, because it doesn't matter what industry you're in. Inclusion as a business practice must become part of a business imperative for every company.
Yeah, that was actually...
If it's not part of a business imperative for every company,
what the fuck?
and it's not something that all of these companies are pushing, so you can't escape it, you can't buy from an alternative source, then they lose the ability to push the ideology. Someone get Elon Musk to retweet this.
Going to be my next question, because I was just listening to the brands that you were talking about, and again, because I'm a marketer, I used to work with consumer product goods quite a bit, and so when I was hearing the companies that you're naming, I'm like, okay, so this may work best with CPG type companies, but you're saying no, this could be products, this could be services, this can be any organization,
retailers. We're actually in the process. We're actually in the process of adding a 6th pillar, which is going to be the in-store experience.
Oh, no. In-store experience? Where have I heard that before? Games as an experience? Haven't they said that sentence before? They wanted to turn games into an experience? Stores are for everyone. Games as a powerful soup, Kirsche. Jesus. In-store experience is going to be good. You know what my preferred in-store experience is? The employees ignore my existence and don't try to help me until I get to the cash register and I say, hey, I hope you're having a good day. I'm here to check out.
Because, right, it's really important. We know that there's unfortunately a lot of discrimination in how different people are treated within the store experience. And so we're going to add now a 6.
My space bar's still not working, and I don't know why. I don't think those roving gangs of people robbing stores with no repercussions in like New York and New Jersey and California are really helping what this woman is trying to say. I don't... There's a reason for that.
Pillar, which is business practices that contribute to equity within the in-store experience.
You take the security out of your stores at your own fucking risk? I mean, they've been doing this for ages though, right? Like, as an employee, if you try to stop someone from stealing, you're the one that gets punished. As a store, if you try to seek recompense from these people that stole from you, you will face issues as well. We saw that on a larger scale, right? With police being told, you need to give these protesters room for destruction. You can't do anything about these protesters, right? Like we've seen police literally get told, like, don't do anything about this. How did I say recompense? I don't know. I pronounce shit funny. No bully. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5. I'm trying to save all of my thank yous for after because I'll get distracted. DEI microaggressions are literal communist-style purity tests to separate the foot soldiers and make them paranoid of each other, divide and conquer. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Which is again why when I watched that Trump thing last night, I also thought it was funny that they were trying to say that it was the Trump side, you know, the maggots who were trying to set up the vermin surveillance state. I was like, what? I have never seen a projection this fucking large. Holy shit.
Number of retailers to do that. So yeah, it's a very flexible assessment where we will customize it, right? So obviously, Sephora's commercial.
You'll never forget when some protesting was a super spreader event and the other actually lowered transmission. The fact that scientists were able to, and doctors were able to, sign a letter to be like, well, COVID's a problem, but Black Lives Matter is more important. So actually, it's completely fine that they go out in public and they riot, but Trump having a rally is a super spreader event. If you were able to live through that and not understand that they were already dividing you on ideological lines, saying that some people are more equal than others, I just like that should have been like a real eye-opening moment for like anyone with a brain cell.
Practice are going to be different than Campbell's commercial practices.
Right.
So we go in and we understand the company and we customize it. What's really, I think, powerful about the process is that you can have information within 6 weeks. This is not a long, drawn-out, lengthy assessment where you need 300 people taking it. This is where you need like cross-functional, very good representation across both, you know, gender, racial, differing abilities, etc. Different, you know, kind of
I hate
seniority, right?
Marxist
so you want leaders and associates. But the truth is, if you get 30 to 40 people within your organization taking the assessment, you'll get a very true reading of where you are on the scale of inclusion maturity. Now, what will
I also really hate the phrase inclusion maturity. It's just like a really grotesque term, in my opinion. Like, I know it's looping, because I talked about this earlier, and like the percentages make no sense, and there's no real percentage of inclusion maturity, so they can just keep shifting it as much as they want. It's to sound better. It just sounds gross, you know?
Really, what I think you'll really love is one of the pieces that we have seen now consistently as a gap, right? Because obviously, once you get the assessment done, you can see where your gaps are, right? You're going to be high maybe in certain business practices, a little lower in others. Well, one of the consistent gaps is inclusive marketing.
Oh, of course.
Hello,
of course. We need more inclusive marketing, duh.
You know, the world has changed so much, right? I mean, the racial diversity in our country has, I mean, let's just talk about the US for a second, right?
But I thought the replacement theory was a conspiracy theory. I thought there wasn't any sort of like racial makeup changing happening. I thought that was a far right talking point that only really racist people believed in. What do you mean, lady?
Racial diversity in our country has changed so much. I mean, what does multicultural marketing even mean anymore, right? You have
Okay. All right.
You have white people over here, and then you have everybody else over here. Like it just doesn't make sense for the world that we live in. So so that has been identified as a major gap, and we were thankfully proactive, and we actually have launched an inclusive media development committee.
I can't talk or I'm gonna glow
we
real
held our
fucking
first
hard
meeting yesterday, and I was very excited because we had 45 companies participate in the meeting, And the conversation was
You're fucking
really
clapping for that.
interesting and rich
Like some sort of
because
fucking carnival
it's really
seal.
time now
Holy shit.
to start to redefine what does general market mean?
Yes.
How do you look at the marketplace? How do we as brands and marketers start from a different perspective than we have been doing media with, right? Or marketing, right? Because again, the tapestry of our racial makeup of this country is changing. And
I thought that was a conspiracy theory. That's supposed to be a conspiracy theory, and now you've just like you've dropped the pretense. You're not even gonna call people racist. You're just like, finally, it's changing, but we're not doing enough to change it. It needs to change more. We need to push it further, faster. Oh God, it is happening, and that's a good thing. But if you're against it, you're a racist.
And quite frankly, there can be as many governors as they need to attack DE&I. The change is inevitable. I mean, the change is inevitable, right?
If it was hopeless, chat, their propaganda wouldn't be fucking necessary. Don't let them tell you it is inevitable. Don't let them feel like they've already fucking won.
You can't fight inevitability, right?
Yeah.
So,
lady.
No, go ahead.
Well, no,
You're speaking my language.
It's like she realized she said too much. She's like, oh, maybe I should pull that back a little bit. Just in case more than 38 people find this video.
I know we could go down that path too. But I'll finish my point. My point was that there is an inevitability to how the world is going to look, right? Yeah. And if marketers don't start paying attention to that, it's a cautionary tale, right?
Marketers shouldn't be the only one paying attention. More regular fucking people like you and me need to Google Campbell's soup and see this shit that they're trying to do. More people need to know what the fuck is going on. I want to see more people larger than me, people who have actual influence, outing this shit. All right? Like, this is insane. Just how blunt this woman is being.
Right? We've seen it already start happening, right? You've got companies like Bevel, who Tristan Walker talks about, who's the founder.
I'm inevitable literal villain.
He doesn't talk about the fact that razors were going to be this huge marketplace for him. He talks about the inequities of walking down the aisle and not being able to find a single blade razor or let's just say a quality single blade razor.
Yeah, I want a quality product. I don't care if that quality product is made by a black man, a fucking transgender demi-queer woman, a guy in a wheelchair who has to use like a speaking spell because he can't speak. I don't care who made it, as long as it's a quality fucking product. That doesn't have anything to do with the rest of what these people are trying to push.
Right? Yeah. Fenty, right?
Give us a link. We need to archive this. Yeah. I don't see it going anywhere, but just in case, here's the link. Just in case.
Companies decided that they weren't going to make products for black women.
No.
Nope. So now you got $1 billion company that is. We must start to respect and raise the voices of chief diversity officers and bring them into the opportunity to create business impact. They are a wealth of just unbelievable value and knowledge, and they bring
they have to pretend that they're a wealth of unbelievable value and knowledge because they're paid a fuck ton of money to do nothing but fuck shit up. These ideological appointments are basically like a church forcing its way into companies to try and push their religion on everyone else.
Ends to the business that not everyone can bring. And it's not just enough to be a person of color. It's not just enough to be...
No major company said that about not making for a black woman. That's just an insane reach. It is. It really is. It's not just enough to be a black person? What do they mean by that?
A black person or LGBTQ or Asian or Latino. DE&I leaders have a very different lens to everything, right? They bring a lens that is so critical to business. And honestly, the value that I see just sitting at the board meeting with our chief diversity officers, I have learned so much about how to look at the world differently through their lens and through the way that they think about the world. And the marketers on our board have learned so much from them. So
what the fuck?
One of the things that I love about IMAX is that it kind
she
of
literally looks like a witch. She does.
Chief diversity officers, CMOs, and CEOs, because it kind of puts everything on a level playing field, right? Where everybody can collaborate in building inclusive brands, and everyone has their role in doing that. I mean, I personally think CMOs should be talking to their chief diversity officers at least once a week, if not like every day.
Jesus Christ.
And I've heard stories.
Gotta make sure you're looking out for those microaggressions after all.
Yeah. So it's really, and then I've heard, the flip side, and you see the magic unfold when that collaboration happens. So
my belief is that the chief diversity officer should actually be right under the CEO, and then the chief operating and chief.
She's like, yeah, I'm a diversity officer. I deserve to be right under the CEO. I want them big paychecks, baby.
Marketing should report into the chief.
Literal priest class.
Wow, well, I like that. I like it.
They spec'd into the Civ 5 religion tree where it spreads 34% faster with the printing press.
It has to be at the top.
Yeah. I think I'll just add one other thing. I think what IMAX also does is, it moves the conversation away from opinions and beliefs, and it puts it into business practices, right? So exactly
using the word commissar,
we can stop
dude.
arguing about whether it's a moral imperative or it's not a moral imperative, or we're taking jobs away or we're not, or it's just none of that matters. The issue is, what are your business practices?
That's why but the fucking short linked to this video. Because she was like, oh, those people complaining about us not giving jobs or taking jobs away, that doesn't matter. They can complain. No one's going to listen to them. They'll just be called racist conspiracy theorists. Just don't worry about them. They can't do anything.
That are contributing to an inclusive brand.
Yeah. I love this framework. I love this this index, this assessment that you have, because again, because
it'll make me a lot of money
marketing tool.
as I'm a diversity officer.
This is like a holistic view of your organization, from employees to customers to industry. Like,
how do they expect anyone to support this if they can't afford to eat? I'm glad you asked. You are the carbon that they want to reduce.
All of the things that I said earlier, right?
Exactly.
This is a way to measure that and to show those gaps in how you may or may not be showing up. And one of the biggest challenges that I had in doing inclusive marketing, well, two of the biggest challenges that I had was, one, exactly what you just said, was, marketing should just put a black and a brown face on something and call it a day. And I'm like, no, that's not what we're about to do here. Like, it needs to be intentional. It needs to be authentic. It needs to be representative of the cultures and the communities that we are touching. It can't just be.
I feel like at this point, when she's describing what she's saying, like, she might actually believe that she's trying to do something good. And this witch on the right side is like, yes, my pretty, drink the Kool-Aid. Believe that you are doing something right. Your conscience allows you to create these terrifying situations. Please continue to listen to your conscience and feel like a good person.
For lack of a better term, blackface on, everything else that you've already done. The other thing that I appreciated about what you said was kind of the knowledge and information that true chief diversity officers that are practitioners bring to the table.
The true chief diversity officers, not the ones who are just there because, they don't believe in it.
Again, one of the challenges
we need to separate the true believers from the chaff.
I've done marketing. I've done strategic alliances and partnerships. And so to be told by someone, oh, well, you're marketing, your job is just to make things look pretty. was very frustrating.
Yeah.
But it also kind of told me this is where this organization sees this work.
Yeah.
Right. Like it is just a check the box. We're just going to do the bare minimum. And so there was this idea that anybody
that literally
can
is her
do
job. No,
inclusive
she wants to
marketing.
push ideology. She wants to do
like,
more
that's
to
not-
feel like a
that's not
good
quite how this
person.
works. But and so I appreciate, you know, Bridge bringing together not just folks that are passionate about this work or this space, but are in key strategic aspects of the business, especially your board, of, okay, this is how we need to look at this holistically. This is how we need to make sure that we are doing all the things that we need to do across all industries so that there's a baseline, right, for this. I cannot think of any organization that has thought about this from, I think you had the advocacy. You know, they may think of advocacy as one part of their business. They may stick it in ERG.
That's right.
They may stick it over there, or commercial.
I am drinking,
They're not
I'm
necessarily
trying.
thinking of it in this way, or if they are, it's stuck over in one other part of the business. This is truly a holistic view of how are you showing up.
You can give me
It's a holistic view of showing up
I
inclusivity.
miss the old days when corrupt billionaire CEOs would just be caught embezzling money offshore and not having any real consequences. Are the good old days.
Yeah, can we go back to CEOs just like embezzling money offshore and like getting under the desk blowjobs? Can we go back to that? I miss that. Also, I'm interested. I like how she used holistic. You gotta have a holistic approach that literally admitting to the religion part here. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. This is what happens when you allow women in marketing. The Equality Act of the 1970s had disastrous effects for our economy and our society. It never should have passed.
Inclusively across the board as an organization.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this.
Yep.
Because you were mentioning Sephora, and Sephora is known to be, especially these last few years, much more inclusive. You go into,
I don't know anything about their inclusive
access,
initiatives.
like who they're partnering with to create access, the models.
Who they're partnering with to create access is also a very strange way of putting it. Right? Like, I guess, like, from her talking about models, and I mean, I should probably answer it. I'm just pausing. Just like picking people based on their marginalized characteristics, I suppose, is what she's talking about. That's just who are they selling to? Victoria's Secret fucked around and found out. How has Sephora not?
The folks that they have working in the stores, like all of these things, they've been very intentional over the last few years. Or have you seen organizations that take this index and realize, like, oh crap, we aren't where we thought we were, and to get to where we thought we are, like closing that gap, just seemed impossible.
I don't think any company actually had that, oh fuck, we're not diversive and inclusive enough moment. I think it was, oh fuck, we're bleeding money. BlackRock, what do we do? And BlackRock was like, you already took our bribe. You're in too deep. Figure it out. The goalpost is forever moving. Yep. The goalpost is forever moving. And once more people realize that at first, I'm gonna loop. At first, I truly believe that these corporations only took the BlackRock money because they were like, what, you mean I just have to peddle your shit and none of my profit losses will matter because you'll just give me all the money? Any business person would have taken that deal, right? Like that just, that's a no-brainer. No losses, come the fuck on, right? It's no longer about the money. Now it is about ideology and power. The corporations are bleeding money. They're issuing false apologies and still doing the same exact thing. It's not about the money. They first saw free money. Their greed was what killed them. Yeah, now it's ideology and power. BlackRock and the other companies hooked them. They got hooked by the free money, and now they are just vessels for pushing the ideology.
have you seen organizations that kind of
the priests have already been put into the positions in these companies?
Yeah, so
they are
entrenched. I have so many things that I want to say to you because of the things that you just said. So I'm gonna rewind and then I'm gonna come back. But what you had said about it's not enough just to put a black face right on an ad, and I call that diversity without inclusion. Because so often we'll see ads where there's I mean, again, back to the razor example, I'm not picking on the razor industry, but you'll see an ad with a black guy using a razor, and okay, great, so there's a black guy in the ad, but it's a razor that he would never use.
Right.
How do you know that? How do you know that it's a razor that a black guy would never use? Isn't that racist to assume it's a razor he would never use? What is that? What does a razor that a black person would use look like? What is a Rudy Poo razor, as it were? Black guys are hairless now. How would a woman know what kind of razor any guy would use? Literal racial stereotypes. Excuse me? You picked out the wrong razor for me? I, as a white woman, can't be seen using that black woman razor? Are you trying to tank my social credit score?
So that is, from my perspective, that's diversity without inclusion. And what I should tell you, and this really is actually going to take us down a whole nother path, but I do want to share it.
Sounds racist. That's because it
is. You're going to really, I think, react to it. So we're in the process of doing analysis against social media marketing for the top 200 brands to measure. So
yeah, and razor, you have a point. Razors are fairly universal in their task, right? Like, You have man razor, it's aquamarine and black and gray. You have woman razor, it's pink with flowers. The woman razor is usually like $1 or $2 more expensive because women are like, oh, pretty. I've never thought about which one of these razors speaks to me as a white woman. Does this imply inclusion without diversity? I was just like, I don't fucking get it, dude. You know that black people's hair on their head might need different products, but you don't think their facial hair needs special razors somehow? I mean, like, yeah, they if you're talking about like a razor for their head hair, right? They have like a different hair makeup. There are razors that are made to deal with the style of hair, the type of hair that black people have, because it's different fundamentally. Which razor's better for shaving my balls? Facial hair, to your knowledge, is the same. You just use a normal razor. I was just like, what? If you use a woman's razor, your balls will fall off? Is that how that works? As soon as you use a woman's razor, like your penis just inverts? I've heard women's razors are better because they're meant to be used a lot more. I don't know. I've always been curious about trying like a man's electric razor. Cause those look pretty fucking cash money, dude. Campbell soup packaging is just a picture of the soup in a can. I can't wait to hear how that's not inclusive. How am I supposed to know which Campbell soup I'm supposed to eat as a white person? What if I accidentally eat the black person's soup? Does that mean I'm culturally appropriating them? People are pretty short-sighted if they're pushing very hard on race-specific products. Guess what happens? White product will happen.
Our goal is to have inclusion become a new brand metric. I'm just going to put it out there. Okay.
I love it. Yes.
It's dumb.
So, and we're going down that path. So IMAX certainly is the first way to do that, right? Because we're measuring inclusion across the entire organization. So, but we also want to make inclusion visible. What does that mean? Is we want to be able to show where companies are in terms of their social media marketing. And we're starting with social media because we think that it's representative of most marketing, but we will.
I feel like they're starting with social media because that's where most people are. And if they can push the infection to most people, they'll get used to it. They'll become numb to it. And then when they push it farther, no one will notice. Boil those goddamn frogs. They're already gay.
Get to linear TV, etc. Yeah. And what we're doing is we're measuring the inclusion against skin tone or skin type, right? We're measuring inclusion against body type. Hair type, and then differing of
redheads in shambles. You will be exterminated.
abilities. And if I could share the presentation and the data.
Look at this fucking woman just clapping for this nonsense. This is like when I play a game like fucking Outlast and all of the cultists are just mindlessly fucking dancing around their dumb shit. Like, it is insane to me to see a grown-ass woman, I bet she's older than I am, acting in this manner, being like, yay, we're getting more inclusivity, we're gonna be pushing more on social media and marketing. Oh my God, I love it.
Be like, oh my gosh. So what we have found is that essentially brands are 23 years behind.
By who?
I'll say it again.
By whose metric?
23 years behind against the current racial diversity in this company.
I don't believe you.
23 years behind. Now,
we should have exterminated those pesky white people a lot sooner.
I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's alarming, but it's not surprising, right?
Yeah.
So what that means is, and listen, we do know that there has been progress. I don't want to say that there hasn't been progress, because there has been progress, and there are companies that are doing it well. Dove, for example, is at the exceeds, right, the racial diversity, right? But you have an AC Eggleston-Bracey leading that, right? So what's interesting is that what we have seen. And, I do want to make the point. We're not here to name and shame, right? We are here to help companies do better. We're here because
I am from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Bureau, and I am here to help your company.
Fundamentally believe, other than the fact that it's a moral imperative, that it's a business imperative. The amount, there's $5 trillion.
Whose moral imperative?
In buying
Whose morals? Why are you imposing them on me?
From Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, Indigenous Americans. It's you cannot find that growth from just organically continuing to go after the same market, right? So
why does she pretend that all companies only market to white people? Like, where did she get this idea? How am I being marketed to when there's not really white people in ads anymore? The fact that they're factoring in skin color for stuff like soup and razors should have been a clue that these people are stupid and crazy. They're not stupid. The woman on the left might be kind of stupid. She might be one of the fully indoctrinated true believers TM. The woman on the right, I think I messed up my left and rights. The woman on the keyboard side is the indoctrinated, the true believer. The woman on the mouse side, she is not stupid. She knows what she is doing, and she knows she will be part of the ruling class. She is doing this on purpose, and she is maliciously lying to other people to try and convince them, I'm doing something good. I'm helping marginalized people. Don't you want to help marginalized people? If you're not a marginalized person, that means you have privilege. And if you have privilege, you want to help those that don't have privilege, right? If you don't want to help them, that makes you a bad person, doesn't it? You don't want to see those starving children in Africa die because you won't help them, do you? If they got their way, both sentences are the same. The Patriot Act will make you safer. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You have $5 trillion in buying power. You must get this right if you're a brand. And so we're here really to help, right? And we're not.
I'm also, that's kind of funny as well if you think about it. A lot of this like equity shit, they've taken away symbols. They took away like Aunt Jemima because she was racist. They took away Uncle Ben because he was racist. They tried attacking like Speedy Gonzalez, and all the Latinos were like, "Hey, y'all, leave our fucking mouse alone." They tried doing all of this shit that just like, it's not helping. They're erasing things that people who are of those ethnicities might actually like. If I'm remembering right, the people who are related to the woman who was the face of Aunt Jemima, they tried saying like, don't remove her. Don't do that. Land O'Lakes butter? Yeah. They were icons? They were icons of the past. We must remove the past icons, because if we remove icons of the past, the new generations will not know what the past was. Winners write history, and if you can't look back on your old cultural icons and understand who they were or why they were there, you feel no connection to anything. And if you feel no connection to anything, you'll become a good little lobotomized cultist.
Here to name and shame. But to your point, yes, brands go, wow, I really thought I was doing better. Or can you help me identify, where I've kind of, where the gaps are, right? Which is where you then go back to IMAX and you see that certain practices are not contributing to, the higher maturity of inclusion. And companies are, kind of, there are obviously there are companies that are higher in some practices, lower in other practices. Commercial practice, as you just identified, is one place that we are seeing.
She just said a whole lot of words that said a whole lot of nothing.
And we know that because we see it in the marketplace. We see the inequities. So this
How do you plan on bridging those gaps of inequities in the marketplace? Sorry to hear about your bussy. I don't think a bussy is going to save you in the marketplace. I took away the native lady from Land O'Lakes and kept the land background. Very progressive. That's, truly they are better at colonizing than we are.
Definitely is helping. Campbell's is now going to the next level with us, which is where we're really sitting with them and saying, okay, here are your gaps. Here's where we would focus, right? Because you need to be, listen, it's not going to happen overnight. You need to be intentional about where you focus. And then
it's not even about selling the soup anymore, man.
Really
they don't give a shit.
To building helping companies build
explains why the quality of everything is just drastically dropping in the last few years.
Development committee, we will create best practices for companies to do more effective inclusive marketing, because we have to deconstruct that entire ecosystem in order to build it.
You have to deconstruct that entire ecosystem in order to build it back up and build it on structures that are more equitable. Gotta build back better, chat. Gotta build back better. We gotta have a deconstruction period before the normalization can take place.
Back up and build it on structures that are more equitable, right? Because they're just not right now. The metrics are not equitable. The currency is not equitable, right? You could go into every piece of it. So that's why I'm excited,
Juicy,
because it's
fat,
a framework
pale,
that
booty
allows
mom
people to
getting
see where they
spanked at
are.
work.
It allows companies to kind of say, okay, well, we would like to be here. How can you help us get there?
Right. Cheryl, I could talk to you all day about this stuff. Because this is my. Yes, I love it. This is my passion.
Now.
This is what I loved doing.
Dollars are racist? They are. When are they going to put a black woman on the dollar bill?
I just didn't like being in corporate doing it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Although now with IMAX, maybe you would have had a better experience.
We'll talk.
Yeah.
So I want to do a little bit of a pivot. So
yeah, please.
How do you fill your cup? Like, what are the things that you do to take care of yourself? Because this is a lot of work. And I'm just listening to everything that Bridge does.
The fuck kind of question is that?
You said, this started 3-4 years ago?
No. We launched publicly April of 2022.
I had the exact timeline fucking correct, Chad. I'm a genius.
Yeah. We were obviously working behind the scenes, and we had specific milestones that we wanted to meet before we, brought it out into the public. But and I think it's a testament to the people that are involved and to the need, right, in the industry.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So how do you fill your cup? How do you take care of yourself? Because that's a heavy lift in 18, plus months.
Yeah. Well, I spend a lot of time on the soccer field watching my son play soccer. So that's my joy.
All right.
I do a lot of, I guess, alternative healing, where I, just kind of every week, just take time and just, check in with myself and make sure that I'm grounded. And
Yeah, I'm sure you have to have a lot of meditation when you're doing literally evil things meant to prioritize certain people and push Marxism as an ideology. I'm sure you have to convince yourself on a regular basis that you are a good person and nothing that you're doing is bad. You're doing it for the greater good, after all. The ends justify the means.
But I don't even feel like, I don't feel tired and I don't feel overwhelmed. I feel hugely motivated. I have the best job in the world. I get up every morning. I absolutely love what I do.
I love being subversive as the best job.
I'm surrounded by amazing board members that always check in on me and say, they're just
want to make sure you haven't been assassinated yet.
Officers, they just know what to do.
Here.
They check in. They before you have a conversation, right? They'll be like, okay, but before we get to that, you're like, how are you doing? And it's really it's just a shift in how you do business, right? I mean, that certainly wasn't my experience in any of my other roles, right? So yeah, I mean, I think the work in of itself just keeps me energized and motivated. And as I say, I have the best job in the world right now.
Yeah,
I really do.
Absolutely. So if people wanted to find out, more about Bridge or get in contact with you, what is the best way for them to do that?
Yeah. You can reach out to me directly. I am Cheryl, SHERYL, @wearebridge.com. That's my email. Our website is www.wearebridge.com. I'm on LinkedIn, feel free to reach out to me.
Oh, man.
I make myself very accessible because I learn something from every person I talk to, and I want everyone to be part of Bridge. We're building an army. We need to be...
That's a little too on the nose. You can't say you're building an army when you are literally in our face talking about reducing certain types of people. Holy shit, woman. She is so smug. She is so fucking smug, Chad.
Also that we can drive the change. And we're focused on driving systemic change. Like, I'm not interested in, putting little, kind of small changes. We're ready to drive the big changes.
Big,
we've been in an ideological war
changes. I love
for
it.
decades.
One of the things that I always say to my team,
there's no way someone can watch this and not understand that we've been in an ideological war.
Continue to be courageous.
Juicy,
and be on the right side
pale
of history.
booty mom getting spanked at work.
She said the thing! We will be courageous, and we will always continue to be courageous, and be on the right side of history.
The right side of history was literally parroted all through Obama's second term, Hillary's campaign, Biden's campaign. How many fucking times have we been told we're on the right side of history? And you far-right evil Nazis, you're on the wrong side of history. She's 100% self-aware. She's evil and enjoying it. Yeah, do not make the mistake. I can believe, right? The black woman here, I can't remember her name. I can believe this black woman, indoctrinated cultist, like true believer TM. The woman on the right, this is a malicious liar, enjoying sowing this chaos and destruction. She is not deluded. She knows what's happening. She enjoys what she's doing.
Yes.
So,
Cheryl, thank you so much for the work that you do. Thank you for sharing everything with us today. Again, as somebody who is in the inclusive marketing space, this just warms my heart to see the focus and the intentionality behind it, and it's coming from marketing and it's not coming from other parts of the business, but that's a whole other conversation. So thank you so much for everything that you are doing. And thank you all for watching this episode of DEI or listening in on this episode of DEI After 5. I hope that you are able to take away a nugget or two that you can really start to be
got a lot of nuggets here
about making sure that your organizations are more inclusive in more holistic ways. You can find us here every Tuesday at 5:15 p.m. right here on.
What are their other videos? Hold on a second. Let me drag my window back up. Don't look at my tabs, chat. DEI After 5. Like, they can't have that many videos, right? This is the why behind what we do. Got 620 subscribers. How is this a channel with only 620 subscribers, 112 videos, barely any fucking views? But you saw how many companies were involved with this, right? Like, these are powerful people, for lack of a better word. They're influential people. How is this so small and fucking hidden? Botting? No, if it was botting, everything would be higher. I'm saying it's weird that it's so small. Your channel has more subscribers. What corporate equality garbage are we looking at today? This is crazy. The role of justice and diversity, equity, and inclusion. Supporting women of color in thriving, flourishing organizations. Is there like another short that I can look at? Is there another one? Prioritizing mental and physical well-being in the workplace.
Or I'm giving from my overflow. I'm filling my own cup so much so that I'm giving you from my overflow and you're still getting greatness.
What the fuck does that mean?
That's a different mindset. And so, you know, I appreciate the work that you all are doing because it takes I'm giving from my overflow. I'm filling my own cup so much so
that didn't even make any sense. What does that even mean? That's the whole video. The 12 days of psychological safety, day 11.
Hey everyone, it's Sasha from the Equity Equation for day number 11 of our 12 days of psychological safety. So for today's tip, allow people to pick their learning goals, right? So in addition to doing their jobs, give them the opportunity to talk to you about what they want to learn, what they want to get out of the experience, right? And then that way you can support and invest in them in a way that is meaningful to them, okay? So that is today's tip. I'll see you next time.
Okay, that seems like normal. If you're training someone, like ask them questions and shit, right? That seems normal. 3 focus areas for DEI recruiters.
Bright, brilliant candidates into an organization, and then it's bait and switch. It's not what you told me. You know, I'm having issues. I don't see people who look like me. So one of the things I always want to talk about that, you know, my role as well as Jennifer's role as director of recruiting is that we have to do 3 different things. We have to attract the candidate, we have to work on retaining the candidate, and we have to help with promoting as well. You know, we want see them rise.
I do not see companies attempting to
they become leaders,
retain and promote their
for me to
workers.
sell the organization to say, look, people like us are, you know, being successful.
No fucking way! There was a fire alarm chirp! What the fuck? Oh my god!
I'm having issues. I don't see people who look like me. So one of the things I always want to talk about that, you know, my role as well as Jennifer's role as director of recruiting is that we have to do 3 different things. We have to attract the candidate. We have to work on retaining the candidate.
What does it mean? What does the hallway want to tell me? Go back. I didn't hear it. I'll play it one more time just for you, chat.
Bright, brilliant candidates into an organization, and then it's bait and switch. It's not what you told me. You know, I'm having issues. I don't see people who look like me. So one of the things I always want to talk about that, you know, my role as well as Jennifer's role as director of recruiting is that we have to do 3 different things. We have to attract the candidate, we have to work on retaining the candidate, and we have to help with promoting as well. You know, we want see them rise to become leaders, because if they become leaders, it's an easy story for me to sell the organization to say, look, people like us are, you know, being successful here. And so it's an easy recruit for me. You know, I bright, brilliant candidates into
that tiny little beep, man. I don't see people who look like me. Beep. I see immune to the chirp people. Oh, Jesus Christ. So I'm about this was an entirely different part of the rabbit hole I didn't know existed. I was looking up Cheryl Adijah, which that long video we watched was she was the malicious woman. I looked her up on Twitter. She doesn't really have much here, right? Last post was in like 2020. Just typical stuff. But then she posted this. This is how we build a world where decisions are made by those directly affected, not by those who have no place in talking for us. Today, We Are Bridge is doubling down in our commitment to driving equity in the workplace, workforce, marketplace. We are here to fight. Hashtag Roe v. Wade. First they came for the socialist, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. And I found this very ironic that she posted this, not just for the obvious reasons, but the last thing that I opened on this woman and chat, I'm gonna have to ask you to use all of your strength so my moderators don't have to bonk you, all right? This is gonna be an exercise in restraint, chat. This is gonna be an exercise in restraint. This is an article from July 3rd, 2009, the year my memory stopped working. His 51st dates, or in her case, 3. In July 2006, Ron James's marriage of 13 years ended, and that same month he joined JDate, an online matchmaking site for Jewish singles. I'd fallen off the horse and felt the best strategy was trying to get right back on, he said. Mr. James, 48, was a social worker at a nursing home. He threw himself into J-dating as if he were one of his clients in need of intensive case management. He signed up to meet women of all ages, 30 to 50, who lived within 50 miles of his Westchester apartment, including Manhattan. I was maximizing my search, he said. I'd work at it 2 to 3 hours a night. He described himself in his web profile as warm, honest, authentic, as striving to exercise his body and mind, and as wanting marriage. But no game players, please. On his first J-date, he was sure he'd found Miss Right. They met at a diner. She was attractive, artistic, easy to talk to. I was so excited. I thought, my J-date days are over. Their second date, she turned on me, snapped at me. I didn't even know what I did wrong. I was discouraged, but not discouraged, he said. That was part of managing this like a business. Never put all your eggs in one basket. In 18 months, he emailed 500 to 600 women and dated 40 to 50. On a social worker's salary, it became expensive. The train to Grand Central Terminal, the dates, a $39.99 monthly J-date fee. So he used economics of scale. He'd do as many as 3 dates on a Sunday at 3 Starbucks within a few blocks of Grand Central. I was trying to make it affordable, yet retain some sense of integrity, Mr. James said. I'd do the first one at 10 or 11 and then break for lunch. He'd eat alone to hold down costs, and then go to a second Starbucks for a second date. I didn't want to bump into the first woman again, he said. I didn't want anyone feeling bad. This is a really weird way to go about dating, chat. This is a really weird way to go about dating in an article that has absolutely nothing to do with anything we've been talking about today. He followed his routine every other week. I needed time off for rejuvenation, he said. It was pretty stressful. Over that year and a half, he said, there were women he met who lied about their age, posted photos that were 10 years old, misrepresented their jobs, and pretended to be more successful than they were. A lot of the photos didn't look like them, he said. I learned to watch out for sunglasses. He dated one woman several times. She was funny, reasonably attractive. We did a lot of Starbucks. I kept hoping a bolt of lightning might strike and I'd be in love. A few became friends. Internet dating in the 21st century is a hard process, he said. We communicate and support each other. Through the worst, he never let his J-date membership lapse. I was addicted, he said. I kept getting back on the horse. Spark Networks, the owner of J-date, runs 32 dating sites for Greek singles, Catholics, African Americans, Asians, Seventh-day Adventists, but none does as well as J-date. In the first quarter of 2009, J-date's national and international sales accounted for 7.6 million of the company's 12 million revenue. J-date is the oldest of the company's services, which partly explains its success, but it has also been embraced by Jewish leaders, fearful of the high rate of intermarriage. Isn't that racist? 47% of Jews who married from 1996 to 2001 married outside their faith, according to the most recent survey figures available from the National Jewish Population Survey. JDate offers group discounts to rabbis buying memberships in bulk. Your rabbi can buy you a dating app membership? What the fuck? Why am I not Jewish? And while the company's homepage photos mostly depict 20-somethings, the reality is that 1/4 of users are baby boomers. Karen Shore, 54, a medical school administrator in New York City, was a pioneer. First using JDate in 1997, it was something you kept secret, an embarrassment, she said. For years, she wouldn't post her photo. You didn't want wackos coming after you. Chat, doesn't this woman kind of looks familiar, but like, I don't really think so. I think it might just be a coincidence. Now, it's so mainstream that Cheryl Rosenhack, 57, a quality systems manager from New Jersey, received a 6-month subscription as a gift. Optimism helps. Michael Blattman, 58, a Westchester businessman, has been on 3 years, signing up for 30 days at a time, though he'd save by buying a 6-month package. Every month, I think I'll find someone by the 31st day, he said. Call me delusional, but I don't want to be a pessimist. Cheryl Dijah, now 44, divorced in 2006 after 13 years of marriage, but didn't J-date until late 2007. She enjoyed being single and was changing. She left a 6-figure, 60-hour-a-week job in internet advertising to start a website on global social activism, The Power of Peace. She rented out her Manhattan apartment and moved here to Columbia County to her 3-bedroom country home up a dirt road overlooking a small lake. During 3 months on JDate, she was surprised by how many 20-somethings contacted her, seeking an older woman. She was tempted until they exchanged emails. They'd say things like, I can't believe how drunk my friends and I got last night. And she heard from retired men who sounded tired. She even spoke to a few JDaters who confessed to not being Jewish. How dare they? She spoke to many by phone, eliminated most, met 2 in person, and saw one a half a dozen times. He wanted a commitment, but I just couldn't put my finger on what he did for a living. She planned her 3rd J-date for January 13th, 2008. She felt this profile wasn't as braggy as many and thought his photo looked cute. He seemed to have lots of energy, and she liked that he worked in a helping profession. Most men she'd known were in business. She apologized for having just an hour before seeing a show, and he said an hour was perfect. He suggested Starbucks. Miss Dijah didn't know it, but she was Mr. James' 2nd J-date that day. The first did not go well. In a moment of weakness, he agreed to see a woman who wore sunglasses in her photo. At Starbucks, Mr. James was struck by Miss Dijah's looks. Her J-date photo was taken swimming with no makeup. You look exactly like your picture, he said. Is that a good or bad thing? She asked. That's a very good thing, Mr. James said. The hour flew by. I was with somebody who brought out the old bohemian in me that I lost after I got married, Mr. James said. She wore torn jeans, a very cool look, Mr. James said. I said, this is my kind of granola head. We just spoke and spoke, Miss Dijah said. Later, she told a friend, it exceeded my expectations. I don't know if we need to read exactly all of their conversation. By the 3rd date, he brought the guitar he hadn't played for years, and by the 5th date, they knew they'd marry. At some point, they discovered that they'd both been married the first time on the same date. That's a huge coincidence. Holy shit. May 30th, 1993. This time, they were married on the same date, January 13th, 2009, but to each other. They live in a house by a lake. She does her web work from home, and he's taken a new job as a psychotherapist a half-hour commute away. Every day when I leave for work, she says, drive safely, Mr. James said. It warms my heart. This was a very interesting article. I love seeing happy couples get together. It's a nice capstone, on how horrific the rest of the day has been. I'm very glad. Hopefully, all of you were able to practice restraint. We gotta be strong, chat. Oh man, how do you do this, Kier? Chat. Chad, sometimes it's I'm a good person, okay? I'm a good person. I try my best. I don't want to be angry at people, all right? Why did they write this? I don't know. Mandated every Jewish woman in New York and it didn't work. Just write a letter to your local Christian churches and tell them you're looking for a wife. Then be a good boy and go to church and meet her. I didn't know that rabbis could buy you bulk fucking dating app services. God, I need a fucking rabbi. Holy shit. Oh, God. J-Date advertising. I mean, fucking probably. Back in the day, it was advertising for dating websites. Now it's OnlyFans advertisements. You're still hung up on that. Is my rabbi scamming me? Call him out. Be like, Rabbi, I've been coming to your synagogue for 15 years. I just learned now that you can be giving me dating app subscriptions. Where's my wife, Rabbi? The reformed Rabbi Bill Clinton can set you up. Jesus Christ. Articles from 2009. They were simpler times. Oh, fuck, dude. Free dating apps. Chat, the plan today was to finish Rich Campbell and then play a video game, but the soup fucking, it's all the quartering's fault! I watched a quartering video because I had already watched everything else from the channels I subscribed to! And he talked about Veeb! He talked about the Veeb app! And Veeb said Campbell's was one of the top 10 most woke companies of 2023! And I said, Campbell's? I like their soup! What do you mean? I've never seen them do anything weird! And so I was an idiot and I googled Campbell's equity diversity commercials! And now we're here! And now we've seen too much! How could you do this to me? The quartering! You will pay! Gee, put the lid back on the box, Pandora! I was supposed to talk about Campbell the man, not Campbell the soup! Fuck! Damn you, Jeremy! Jesus Christ. She didn't go down the rabbit hole. She tripped and fell and grabbed us. Yeah, pretty fucking much. Pretty fucking much. Congrats on wrapping up this 4-hour tangent. It was a deep fucking hole, alright? It was a deep fucking hole, and it wasn't even something I, like, prepared. It just happened before stream. Kirsch's gonna get Minecrafted by a soup can launched from a railgun. If I wake up tomorrow with 2 Campbell's soup-sized holes in the back of my head, chat, I didn't do it. I didn't kill myself with the soup. It wasn't a rabbit hole, it was a fucking wormhole. Oh, Jesus Christ. Stop giving them ideas. I have to go and look at all of you who are throwing things at me during this horrid expedition. Kettle and Firebone broth soup is better than Campbell's anyway. Yeah, but Campbell's is fast and convenient. Tim has the opportunity to do the funniest thing. Please do not kill me with Campbell's soup. She was found in her bathtub, drowned in what looks like cream of broccoli soup. It's obviously ruled a suicide. Who else would do this? Holy shit. Holy fuck, what is wrong with you guys? What is wrong with you?
Everywhere you go.
Nice.
Take a look at the 5s and 10s. It's donating once again.
Simpmas soup.
With gift subs and bitty cheers
it's
that glow.
Suicide. Jesus
it's beginning
Christ.
to look a lot like Simpmas. Emotes in every stream. But the prettiest sight to see are the friends that will be on your own stream. chat.
Go Marco! Go Marco, thank you for the 69! Nice. Gift subs, thank you! Thank you, thank you!
Thank you! That's fucking massive! Why'd you do this, Come Marco?
Thank you! I can't calm down, Pippa!
Juicy, fat, pale, booty mom getting spanked at work.
Thank you. Thank you, Come Marco, for the 69 fucking thick cocked gift subs. Thank you! Thank you, thank you!
Stroke?
Fuck, dude. Asmaria, 26, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you for the big 5, dude. Thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you.
Big, huge. Big, huge!
Toe Rock, thank you for the $10. Obviously, what I must do is start a ketchup soup brand. I gotta make a soup brand where all of the soups don't have tomatoes in them,
You can give me
but they're all
scratches,
flavor enhanced
like
if you add ketchup.
pet.
Supersided.
Supersided. Colgrave, thank you for the $5 doodles. Let me let me trek back to the beginning of stream. Oh god, I'm gonna do all of today's. I don't know if I'll be able to get to Saturdays, dude, because I have so much from yesterday to do too. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm terrible at fucking time balancing, dude.
Why does it give me mad?
Watch out for the soup cartel. I'm sure the bread bowl cartel will be on my side. N7 Crow, thank you for the 7-month resub, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Lysanic, thank you for the 5-month resub.
Big 5 months, thank you!
C Perka, thank you for a 5-month 5-month resub. I almost misspoke, dude.
C Perka, thank you!
5-month resub, guy.
Thank you.
Toxic Ugu, thank you for the 7-month good ketchup person, Kirsche.
I'm a good person. I'm not noticing anything. I saw nothing.
Orangish Juice 362, thank you for the 5-month resub. Skeet, 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 motherfucker. Thank you, wise man John. Tomorrow's news, Kirsche was found drowned in a pot of matzo ball soup of an apparent suicide. The Campbell cartel says you've been diversified from life and included in the hit list. Jesus. Jesus. What is that? Oh god, is there a soup emote? Oh my god, there is. Oh my god, there is just a random soup emote. What the heck? Why does she have a soup emote? Time for Kirsche to become a Progresso soup family. Progresso, please induct me into your family. Are we suddenly talking about Ben Shapiro's sister?
No, we don't have no kids on Milka right now.
Throwing shade at Jeremy. Shame. What do you mean? I wasn't throwing shade. Maybe if she's who our rabbi sets us up to breed with. What the heck? Cursed James 64, thank you for the sub, my guy.
Thank you.
A Jabberwocky 0, thank you for the 7-month resub. I've read a lot of 7-month resubs here. I'm gonna be popping out a lot of babies in a couple of months here. Jesus Christ. Jabberwocky, thank you for the 7 months. A Chank Chank Satome, thank you for the 11-month resub, my guy. I should check out the AI animation narration TikToks. KFC didn't give me an extra bucket of fried chicken, so I shot the manager. Was I wrong? What? I mean, like, if I was in a video game, I'd shoot the manager. Because then I wouldn't have just one bucket of extra fried chicken. I could take all of the fried chicken, right? It is with our deepest regrets that we have to inform you your DEI scores dropped too low, and so Campbell Soup will be unable to sponsor you at this time. You love the shitty AI clips? I don't watch TikTok, so I haven't seen them. Xander225, thank you for the 2-month resub. Please, Kier, tell me the soup hole leads to a COVID cure that I can have. Unfortunately, it led us somewhere worse. Junbagu, thank you for the $3. That's one reason you don't trust charity. You only donate blood to help others. They made HIV positive blood banks, so like I don't even know about them anymore, dude. The Campbell Soup plus HelloFresh collab. That would be a cry for help if that happens. Taji57, thank you for the 2-month resub. I like it here. Thanks for being cool, guys. Thanks for being cool, Taji. Avalanche Grim, thank you for the 7-month resub. 7 months with the coconut. Another 6-month renewal. Thank you. Thank you. A Junebug Tower.
People need to meet Pipe Cunny.
Junebug Tower, thank you for the 5-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Egregious Charles, thank you for the $5. Here's money. I hope it expresses how much I hate you. Happy face. Actually, as a cishet white male, you posting a happy face in there is belittling me. You think that I can't understand your sentences unless you have an emotional overtone just because I'm a woman? I would appreciate if white men would stop committing microaggressions by using emojis in their sentences. Thanks for the $5. Sir Wentz VT, thank you for the 6-month resub. Now I can't even enjoy some good Campbell's tomato soup. God damn it. Time to grow your own tomatoes. Cyclops, thank you for the 6-month resub, my dude. Avalanche Gwim, thank you for the $1. Debate last night really got Kirsche tabbing today. I didn't mean to tab. It's all Jeremy's fault. Ikaron, hey, thank you for the $10 doodle. Sorry, sir. We met our monthly quota for customers of your shade and age. Please go elsewhere. Too fucking true. That whole ride was wild, dude. Machinus Golden Gear. Thank you for the $10 doodles.
Watch this. I'm about to commit a macroaggression on a foxy.
A macroaggression? Ooh, you gonna make me call the lizard people? Thank you, Uncommon Cartographer, for the $5 doodles. Thank you! Machinus Golden Gear, thank you for the $10. In the next 10 years, I will enjoy watching these companies go bankrupt. I hope we can do that. I hope we can do something to fucking reverse this headlong rocket launch into a brick wall. Oh, again, I'm not smart enough to know how to fix this shit, but like, fuck, dude. I need some white pilling from the brains bigger than mine. I hope people like Matt Walsh, Tim Pool, someone bigger than me with more influence, like, goes over this shit and maybe has some better ideas because they have more brain cells. Don't just watch them go bankrupt, start new companies to crush them and ensure it happens sooner. Fucking, I hope so, dude. I hope so. You start your own business, you're about to get raped by self-employment taxes, though, I'll tell you what. Dr. Faust MD, thank you for the $5. Yes, you're a black male, but your skin is 2 shades too light to be considered actually black, and you're straight. Could you please wait in the blackface of white supremacy line so we can serve the real people of color? I was like, I don't understand, right? Like, even if you've been brainwashed, I don't understand how you can say this shit and, like, not think that you're being racist. It's just like a cognitive dissonance that's a leap too far that doesn't make sense to me. Thank you, Dr. Foss, for the $5. Ikaron, hey, thank you for the gift sub, Takitsu99. Thank you. Dr. Faust MD, thank you for the $5 doodles. You can buy stuff from the black store for cheap, give it to your white friend to sell at the white store cheaper than their prices, but for profit. That way, we both make a killing at the expense of the DEI. I do not want to see a world where we have, like, black stores and white stores again, dude. Even the concept being put forth in that video is just disturbing to me. They're being the right kind of racist. Thanks, I hate it. Part-time Dreamer, thank you for the $5 doodles. Yes, I am a gay trans person of color immigrant with a minority religious group, child-coded. I would like my 99% discount now. You probably just get it for free at that point. Zelda, thank you for the 9-month resub. I'm sorry you had to be born during this dark tab era. Danny Delito, thank you for the $5 doodles. These people unironically make more people racist if they have pattern recognition. Crazy gypsy lady on the corner selling fortunes was right. Bring her back. She was wronged. Bring her back to the corner. It's like, I guess that's why they destroy cultural icons, right? Like, even if they're pop icons, like the food people we talked about, right? Even if they're not, like, actual historical icons, like a president or a politician or something, if they just remove these things, they're going to remove your ability to recognize the patterns. Modern segregation is insane in how it is acted as a social progressive good. It really is. It's crazy to me, dude. I don't want fucking actual segregation. Mug man, please.
Are there any other crippled sex kittens that crush it, Elder?
Thank you for the $5 doodles. Only after passing through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and other many living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Get Ted pilled. He was more right than any of us could have ever predicted, dude. Thank you, mango. Essen77, thank you for the $20 doodles. The people who could end DEI are already rich and shielded by plausible deniability and golden parachutes. They do not care if the company is profitable. Bezmenov was right about needing 20 years to peacefully right the ship. I feel like the people who have the golden parachutes, who could speak out and do something about it, like, I couldn't begin to understand why they wouldn't, because even if they are safe, wouldn't you want to impart a better world for your children than just agree with people who hate you so you can continue living? Like, what kind of life is that, you know? In before unironic Moon Man moments. Oh no, we gotta bring back the forbidden cover. No place, thank you for the subu. Thank you. Wolf Everdeen, thank you for the $1. I'm genuinely terrified, even as an alphabet person. I don't think any of your personal choices or genetics should determine your ability to do something. Work should be meritocracy. Businesses should be determined by fittest. I agree with you. And even when I was younger, it made no sense, like, in my teenager brain, why affirmative action was a thing. I was like, if I want somebody for a job, I want them to be able to do it. I don't want them underqualified and just given it because of an immutable characteristic that they had no control over. It doesn't make any sense. It didn't make sense then. It makes even less sense now, but it's been happening for many, many years before any of us in this stream were even born. Aren't segregation people also anti-children? So why should they care about future generations? Well, no, the ones who would be against all of this, is what that tipper said. The people who could end the DEI are already rich and shielded. And I was saying, if they can end it, they should do something. What is their reasoning for not, you know? Mildly OCD, thank you for the $5 doodles. At one point during the video, you heard her trip over the word Latino. She 100% wanted to say Latinx. I don't doubt it, but she knows how that shit looks. Hidden, thank you for the $4.99. Their assets are hemmed up in a bank. They're got by the balls. Look at Kanye. Look at McAfee, I guess, is a good point as well. I do not believe, as crazy as McAfee was, that he killed himself. There's no way, dude. Affirmative action has unironically made the medical sector worse. Agreed. Captain Pwong, thank you for the 3-month resub. Thank you. Kita Cock, thank you for the sub, guy. Thank you. Galaxy Shark, thank you for the subu. A whole wheat mayonnaise. Thank you for the subu. How do you have whole wheat mayonnaise? Thank you. Sideways 2013, thank you for the $5 doodles. I miss the old days when corrupt billionaire CEOs would just be caught embezzling money. I remember responding to this. Thank you again, my guy. Sideways, thank you for the $3. Give me back my syrup wife. Number 3, syrup lady. Rodent enjoyer, thank you for the 6-month resub. Sorry for calling it too early. Don't worry, I don't think it spoiled the surprise. Colgrave, thank you for the $5 doodle. Supersided. Please do not superside me. A Sideways 2013, thank you for the $3 doodles. Give me a meritocracy soup and I'm sold. Yep. A Spider Gun, thank you for the $7 doodles. The DEI people need to meet the Pipe-a-coon. I think it's glowing too much if I agree with you, so I'm just gonna say violence is not the answer. Because that's the correct thing to say for self-preservation. Uncommon Cartographer, thank you for the $5 doodle macro aggression again. Rave Master J, thank you for the 8-month resub. 1 month until you become a child. Hopefully it's better in February. I hope so. I hope February's better, dude. I hope so. I am also glad that I caught some of those gift subs in my my regular feed, because for some reason my stream elements did not log them. Thank you again, Carl Marco, for that thick fucking 69. As Maria, thank you again for the 5 gift sub-bubs. Let me see if there's anything else in here. I'll go to the biddies. Gotta go to the biddies. Swing! Back to the beginning of stream. Violence is the last resort, and I have a reservation, Jesus. Yeah, just bubbies. It's fun to say. It's fun to say. Violence isn't the answer. That's what they want, that they can yell shit like insurrection and bring in more safety measures. If they're gonna claim insurrection when there isn't even any violence, there's no winning. Right? Like, if they're gonna see old ladies standing around and say, insurrection! If you're not even committing violence, and they'll call it an insurrection, it's kind of a lose-lose situation. Violence is never the answer, chat. What do you think World War II was solved with? Violence? Just some guy, they give the 200 biddies. There's some major allegations against you that you're a dork. Hey, yo, fuck you, buddy. You're the whale penis. Thank you for 200 bits. Just some guy, thank you for another 100 biddies. Mainly digging this up to embarrass Asmongold because he took on Jamie Marchi and the anime localizers, I imagine. That's a fair point. They could just be writing some fucking nonsense about him because he dared speak up against that stunning and brave woman who is improving Japanese media for a Western audience. Just some guy, and thank you for the 100 biddies. Most of this is for women who are being made to feel reassured in their sense of compassion by having lots of woke stereotypes and advertising directed at them. Well, that's because since women are more compassionate than men, they're easier to brainwash in an emotional manner. Kirsche, someone actually thinks you're an owl. Are they fucking blind? Like, do they not have eyeballs? How the fuck do I look like an owl? What the fuck? Don't fall for it! Oh my god. You owl-ass bitch! Asmon watched the recent crap on Marchi from Rev and he was laughing mostly. Yeah, I've seen what Asmon said. I've seen what he said, and he's not wrong about Marchi. I'm glad that people showed him evidence of, like, her actually fucking shit up as well. Violence isn't the answer. King George III! Jesus Christ. You love my owl ears. Yeah, thank you. All the best to hear little mice that I'm going to eat with. Question mark. Just some guy. Thank you for another 100 biddies. Because people eat chocolate when they're sad. I like chocolate. I don't want my chocolate wrappers to speak to me, though. That's weird. Just some guy that even another 100 biddies. DEI actually started as bad marketing data back in 2012 or so that said that minorities spend a higher percentage of their disposable income on luxuries. So it's been a racism on their part from day one. Wrong. Wrong. DEI started way before then, and the marketing data wasn't exactly about the minorities. It was about impoverished people spend more money on brand name things because they feel that buying those things give them status. So poor people stay poor by buying specifically branded things for the appeal of the status of owning that item. It was about a poverty thing, which again, back in the old communism days, they divided things on the financial lines, and then the feminists were the big bulk of the useful idiots there as well. They got them iPhones. Gray Renard, thank you for the $10 doodles. Thanks for going over it. I think we will see companies go full DEI and others that go away. I'm interested in what this we don't want the companies to just preach, we want them to practice will do for this year. I feel like this year's going to be a bit of a wild ride when it comes to this DEI bullshit. DEI started in the last century with affirmative action. Yeah, that was the beginning of it. Just some guy times 4, thank you for the 100 biddies. Partially because designated punching bags like Alex Jones made it unacceptable to be suspicious of the government and made us all look like wacky lunatics. That's why they kept him around so long. Probably lost more credibility banning him than letting him talk more. Alex Jones is also personality, right? It's like you're gonna make things excitable. You're gonna scream a lot. Like no, but if you're ripping off your shirt, like that's pretty characterized, you know. Piero IU, thank you for the 5. Appreciate the stream. Will you drive 15 hours back home? God damn, drive safe. Drive safe. To quote Dave Chappelle in the Rick James episode, shoulda never gave y'all money. Sir Cool, thank you for the 100 biddies. Conversation on racial things is depressing you. Where's the funny guy in chat with the wild race takes that you can't call out fully on because he claims he's black? Do not bait the autists, Sir Cool. Bad little Cincino. And Kier ripping off her shirt. Boy, you want to see it? Mayor made art of that. There's art of that. I'm ripping off my dress and I'm saying I have a tab for that. It's actually really good artwork. Thumbs up. Love Mayor, dude. Omegares Nove. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Have my bits, you mad woman, you. I hope your bits can help me buy into the witness protection program one day. Desert Mobster, thank you for the 100 biddies. What was the article called? I need to send it to someone. I hope I gave you the right one. I'll try to put stuff in the articles read on stream channel. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a channel in my Discord called Stream Suggestions, and at the top of Stream Suggestions, there's a little thread icon. You click on the little thread icon. There's a thread called Articles Read on Stream. And typically, the articles I read on stream have been accumulated in there. I haven't been good at doing it, though. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. Witness protection now funded by BlackRock and Vanguard. No! No, not like this! I'm gonna have to have Bagman give me a special bag so I can hide. Sarah Social, thank you for the 100 biddies. About girl boss and too close to the sun. You heard one of these kinds of women saying something in the vein that her son was like a cute husband. Poor kid. Please don't call your children your husband. That's weird. Sarah Social, thank you for another 100 biddies. Don't get discouraged. Don't take any black pills. Don't drink anything Pippa gives you. Keep your chin up. I will drink the Pippa mold juice. It is medicinal. It will protect me from the glowies. The Lunic Informer. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Is this female Klaus Schwab? Fucking might as well be, dude. Sarah Social, thank you for the 100 biddies. Oh no! I need to go check my toiletries to ensure that I am permitted to use them with the blood composition that I have. Holy shit. Just some guy, thank you for the 100 biddies. You know, I might not agree with this, but you'll say it anyways. A lot of men need to get more comfortable being by themselves, especially if you've already been married and raised your kids. Maybe you did it already. You don't have to be with someone your entire life for it to be fulfilling as a man. Are you advocating for someone in a marriage after their kids grow up to leave their wife and be alone again? That's a very weird thing to advocate. I definitely don't agree. That's very fucking strange. It's cuck shit. I was like, if you're unhappy, you should have done something about that ages ago. Not just stirred in unhappiness while you raised your kid. Why go out for milk when you have the milk at home? Exactly. Real Sebastian Monroe, thank you for the 100 biddies. Jeremy did unto you like what you did unto Pippa. Trend setting. Well, you'll know if other people cover this weird fucking bridge company. You heard it here first. On the real Fox News. Bumpin' 420, thank you for the 100 biddies. You've once again influenced me to drink, influencer. Better be drinking water. Stay fucking hydrated. Get that nice moisturized skin. Adrian Cruz, thank you for the 100 biddies. Lovely singing, Kirsche, although Christmas has passed a bit already. Yeah, we don't really keep up on the alerts very well around here. Sir Cool99, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you, and other chat members. His name was Junebug, I forgot. Wise Junebug of the chat, what is your wisdom? Do not bait! Junebug, this is bait. This is a test. You don't respond to this. You don't respond. Where is my super chats? I am Binary Mind. Thank you for continuing to be a beautiful man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. We gotta look at our like actual little chart things at some point. Let me look over here. Neither of the autists are here right now. Spino left me? How could he go out for milk and cigarettes on today, the day of my DEI execution? Foxu of the tangents, what is thy wisdom? Jesus. Torin90, thank you for the $20 doodles. I've been seeing a lot of commercials where they try to push female Mexicans into IT, saying fill the talent gap. Starting to feel pity for women since they're often targeted for this kind of manipulation. Yes, unfortunately. Still here, just in YouTube chat. I give you the head pets, Junebug. Spino didn't leave you. I forgot to pick him up from the park. Ah, shit. Ah, I told Pippa to pick him up. I said I gotta work today. I'm on the corner. Oh, Jesus. We need to get more women into sewage work. I'm here. Look, you guys trying to say that they're not here. They're here. Look, true, real fans, TM. That's what we need, people illegally immigrating into my comp sci classes. Jesus. No, let me do the weird thing. All right, okay, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna get rid of that. Did I slide it over enough? I did. I'm fucking nuts, chat. I'm fucking nuts. Master Go, they give the $2. Unironically loved the Trump ad that I played at the end of stream. It was a good ad. It might make me vote for him again. Not an FBI, thank you for the 5. Last night's debate is now on the hub after Ding Dong gets graped by Alex. I still wish I had a clean clip of Alex talking about his dick. That was a good clip. They died 4 years ago. You have to move on. I'm here for you, Foxu woman. What a cute little dinosaur. A pickled cucumber. Thank you for the $5 doodles. I might be a little drunk, but I would absolutely defend myself against huge alligators. Yoink. Infernal Saxon, thank you for the $2. Sam Adams, Boston Lager's awesome. I remember responding to that one. Thank you. Omu, thank you for the $20 doodles. If men have to live in a society, then women have to put their ketchup in the kitchen. It doesn't need to be in a fridge. Ketchup long predates refrigeration and is perfectly good warm, but it can't just sit on your desk. Omu, I offer you a solution. I will bring the ketchup into the kitchen if you bring it to me when you bring me leftovers during my workday. Want to go alligator wrestling? I know a guy. What the fuck? Star Phoenix, thank you for the member. In before Campbell gets into hot water for unusually high content of urine or something in their soups. I would predict something like lead or asbestos before the urine, honestly. No one tell Kirsche where the ketchup go. What do you mean? You're surprised she didn't shake her ketchup? Do you really want to hear it? Do you really want... Did you need the ketchup shakes today? Does it make you feel safe after that rabbit hole we went down? Nice ketchup shake. Thank you. Nick Corcadillis. Thank you for the €2.
Oh, nice cock.
Closely lost chance for a new girl. Raid. Venatrix. I don't understand what you just said. If people have I don't know if he's saying somebody raided me on YouTube. YouTube raids don't make sound, so unless there's like spam in the chat, it'll be really hard for me to notice it. I am sorry if I have missed you raiding me. If you're someone who's here right now and you've raided me on YouTube before, I'm sorry if I've missed your raid. I try to thank everyone who raids here, because I don't get many raids. Who's gonna raid the brain damaged Alex Jones VTuber? Alright, okay, you gotta be kind of crazy yourself to raid into here. Alright? I don't get too many raids. She hates the raiders! No! Raiders love. Cringe nuclear fan, thank you for the $5 doodles. You want to know as a Bostonian, do I know that Wednesday is Prince Spaghetti Day? I do not. Why? Who's that? Brain damaged Alex Jones flesh streamers. One day I will have that man's autograph, and maybe I can get his cat's autograph too. Didn't I get rated by Pickle yesterday? Yeah, she's got my flavor of brain damage. I didn't say I got none. I said I don't get many. I am a brand risk, chat. The anime fin sub version of Alex Jones. That's true. True and real. Pakistani National, thank you for the $5 Canadian. Kirsche, you've had too much to think. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the $5. James Lindsay was right. Wokeness doesn't go far enough because it cannot go far enough. There's no off-ramp. Yeah, I'm not really sure where the point is, where they'll be like, all right, we've done enough. Is it like when we unironically have the Hunger Games Society? Like, I'm not really sure. Pimpkin Pippa would raid you. I love Piva! Piva is best Benoy, and I would only rip her ears off and eat them because they'll go back. I would not eat the rest of the Piva because I do not wish to have the ethical cannibalisms. And if I eated the rest of the Piva, then she wouldn't be here, and now I'd be sad. A lovable brand risk. Money. Nick Gargadilius, thank you for the €2. You only know one intersex, and she's shockingly based.
Juicy, fat, pale, booty mom getting spanked at work.
Actually, I'm not that shocked that she would be. Nano and Pippa fight over the title of Best Benoy. I don't think Nano's ears grow back. Do they? Do her ears grow back? How do they grow back? What's her secret sauce? Pippa's like Thor's goats with her ears. Yeah. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the $5 doodles. Literally the meme of the officer holding a color palette to Peter Griffin. What's next? Are we going to introduce the OG grandfather clause? It fucking seems like we're headed that way. You saw a clip that I was going to clone Pippa with her ear spores? It's very weird. What do you mean? That's not weird. That's perfectly normal. Then I can have my own Pippa when the real one's unavailable. Isn't that everyone's dream? Nano grows back her feet. That's true. She does have the tasty feet flakes. So you can make a cereal out of it. Burned Burnson, real name. Thank you for the €2. I hate this corpo speak. Unlock the power of my ass. Please do not use that kind of Dutch oven. Halo 5678, thank you for the $2 doodles. Wokeism is all catch-22s and double-speak/think. It's fucking rough sometimes to parse through. Hidden, thank you for the $1.99. Oy vey, shut it down. You can't say that. Razorwind VT, thank you for the $5 doodles. Go woke, go broke. Vote with your wallets like a real capitalist. Let Star Wars and Marvel fade away. Treat the brands like zombies and delete them. Gotta do something, man. Vote with your wallet. If you like what a company's doing, buy more from them. If you don't like what a company's doing, say, no, you get no more of my money, even if it's an inconvenience. Fuck you, buddy. Fuck you, buddy. What's your thing with rabbit girls? You seem to know a few. Well, as a fox, it just so happens that I really love eating rabbit. Zero, thank you for the $10 doodles. Normies having rights has been a mistake from day one. Therefore, having democracy and republics at all is an automatic failure. Monarchy for the win. I don't know if I'd like a monarchy, though. I don't know. I haven't put too much thought into, like, what would be a better system in general. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Hey, yo! Thank you, Zero, for the $10 doodles. Cunning Duger, thank you for the $20 back-to-back $10, dude. Thank you. The goal is destabilization. It's in the commie handbook. The printing endless money, open borders,
like I'm a
forced racial friction.
Kirsche is trying to make my family think about home defense with firearms and doing room clearing exercises extreme, even though it's because I just want them to be able to defend themselves.
Slightly buff weeb, thank you for the $5. I agree. If my himbo's not willing to do a home defense training drills with me after we make a margarita pizza from scratch at the evening, then is he really my himbo? Thank you, Slightly buff weeb. Cunning Druger. I agree with you. I absolutely agree. That's what I was talking about, like, the whole way through our descent into the rabbit hole. Like, it was just like, once you know what's happening, you can point out all of the weird shit in their language. Eventually, things will be so chaotic, the masses will willingly sign over all their rights to the state for a promise of stability. But what do I know? I'm just a schizo on the internet. We must go through a period before we can normalize things. It's going to be rough, but it's okay. We're fighting for a better tomorrow. We're going to build back better.
Hidden, thank you for the 199.
I blame the Benoit for digging all these holes. Tell her to stop digging them so I stop falling into them. Axe Prime, thank you for the $5. Shit, I got my taxes done at H&R. Guess I gotta do them myself again and screw it up, since the local people charge way too much, oddly enough. I went to H&R Block last year. This year, because of how much you cuties inflated me like an Ethan Bowberry, I'm gonna go to a CPA instead of H&R Block. I mean, Plato, not Socrates. Monarchy depends on the monarch. Plato, ideal society is somewhat based on the incorruptible ruler. Cult of personality. Thank you for the $2 doodles. You hate corpo speak and acronyms so fucking much. I hate acronyms because I have a hard time keeping track of them. I'm so fucking bad at acronyms, dude. Malcolm Liang, thank you for the 2. Who funds these? In your opinion, a DEI is corporate Trojan horse. I feel like it was a Trojan horse, right? Like, it was, again, the promise to give these companies tons of money so that they wouldn't have any losses no matter who they pissed off, right? But now that Trojan horse has come home to roost, they've replaced the natives in the company, and now it's just theirs. They are the ruling people in these companies at this point. And they are there to push ideology, not make money. The money is tertiary. Farquhar, thank you for the £2. Let's say it together. Glowie. This is how I glow. They use the acronyms in a fake attempt to elevate themselves. Fucking probably, dude. Bobbert Babberson, also totally a real name. Thank you for the $5 doodles. Equity is just newspeak for the age-old equality of outcome, though granted, a new method of modifying advantages rather than dictating the end. Yes, very true. I agree. Side showman, thank you for the $5 doodles. Notice how they're all the same thing, from philosophy to business practice. Yes. Yes, it is. It is rotten to the core. Hidden! Thank you for the $1.99. Why are you buying tangents at the soup store? I've said the word soup too much, and now I really need to pee, and I am extra bouncy because my bladder is raging inside of me. The Side Showman, thank you for the $10 doodles. The good news is that the market inevitably corrects for things like this. The problem is that these people are going to wreak havoc until people come to instinctively consider them a liability. See, that's where I say I don't have enough brain cells, right? As like, I don't know how we get to that point. I hope more people who have more influence than I do, like, watch the shit that we watch today. Because, like, considering the trajectory of this shit, the Bridge Company was started in 2022. They started their initiatives in March last year. They put out their roadmap and their guidelines in August last year. They have all these companies who have come together saying, yes, we will adopt your framework and this is what we will do in 2024. Well, now we're fucking here. Now, there's got to be more people to notice this early before it goes off the rails. Please don't use the sultry voice when talking about pee. But that's how I get a Yuko collab, right? This is my glowy dance, dude. Please do an interview with Jeremy, Tim, and Alex. I am way too small for probably any of them to respond to anything I have to say. So, Almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5 doodles again. I read your comment. Thank you. Orc Lord Chief, thank you for the $5 Canadian. A true story. I was on a bus. A bunch of people got on from the Walmart. I had my headphones on, but I could hear them clearly talk about what they stole. It's a breakdown in society all the way around, unfortunately. Thank you for the 5 Canadians. Sir Andipidus, thank you for the $2. So close to seeing it, a true self-aware wolf. Kierna, thank you for $2. She wants Nike to sell more shoes to black folks. They've already cornered that market. What does she mean by this? Waterfalls, rivers, car washes, garden hoses, sprinklers. Are you okay, Coco? Do you need help? Is this a cry for help? Sideways 2013, thank you for the $5 doodles. Coming into stream. Ah, yes. Help. My favorite anti-establishment Foxu.
Thank you. I'm your favorite, Foxu. Manya, manya.
Aside Shulman, thank you for the $5. I wonder if the woman on the right isn't a former member of the East German Stasi. I don't think she's old enough for that. She'd be like pretty fucking old. I can't do math, but wouldn't she be like in her 70s or some shit? If that was the case, or like 80s? Telling you to go pee before I start shaking like a water bottle next to an open mic. You'll hear me sloshing! Hidden, thank you for the $4.99. Quite a few black men don't use normal razors because they end up covered in bumps. Most of the men you served with needed special razors. Oh, I have been corrected. I didn't know that there were special razors that needed to be used for like specific skin colors. Like I know that there's like different things for like sunscreen, right? Like a black dude's not gonna need the same kind of sunscreen that I'm going to need, right? It's hair types. I didn't know. Okay, maybe the DEI people have a point with the razors. If there's not specific special razors for them, just use a straight razor. You goons. I don't know. Some black dudes get razor bumps really easily. Well, the razor bumps isn't from the razor though, is it? Razor bumps are from you not like moisturizing afterwards. I don't have to shave my face, chat, so I don't know. I shake the bottle next to your head. No! It's just from shaving? Yeah, I thought it was just from shaving. I don't know. I'm not black, so I can't really give you that perspective. I can only take Hidden's word for it, because I'm assuming he's black, and that's why he's saying it. Go pee, you can get kidney stones. No, it's fine, I can hold it for a little bit. It's fine, I'm gonna thank you, chat. You're gonna take my thank you. Go take it. If you don't shave often, you get bumps? I don't know how that works. Like, maybe they need the special razor. Maybe the DEI people are right about that. I don't know. If they need special razors, it seems like it'd be weird for companies to just be like, no, we're not gonna make them. I don't know, that's weird. Use a sensitive shave goods and wash before and after. I don't know, I've never looked at a razor. I've never looked at a razor and been like, is this gonna work for me? I've just picked it off the shelf and I've even used men's razors. I've even used men's razors. I just like, it doesn't matter. Chat, I have shaved my legs without any shaving cream or water before. Like I've been in it, okay? Not FBI, thank you for the 5. Clearly the black man razor has fried chicken. I mean, the way she said it was really racist. The way she said it was just like, lady, what are you doing? I don't understand. You asked for one example and I gave it. Friesland and the American Wild West are also great examples. One of your cousins has a kidney stone for being in his 40s. I don't think that's how that works. I don't think you just turn 40 and you get like, congratulations, kidney stone.
I'm not it yet either. I'm gonna put
they don't manufacture women's razors. What will George Lucas do as
They have a
Keegan's
point with the
communicator?
razors for different hair types, but the shit they push alongside razors is what I have a problem with, lol.
Sideways, thank you for the $5 doodles. Yeah, no, I mean, I guess that makes sense. I figured it would just be the head hair. I didn't think about the body hair being that much different, but I guess it could be. I guess it could be. But yeah, they also do not need to push all of the other equitable costs and equitable everything else along with it. They could just be like, how about you just make more razors for people who have the different hair who need it? I was like, there's very clearly like people who would buy them if they have the hair type that needs it. Doesn't shave as close as a normal razor, solves the bump problem, but it's like a 5 o'clock shadow. You dry shave all the time with cheap razors. A few cuts won't kill you. I don't typically get cut when I've dry shaved. I have really soft skin, but like I guess it doesn't cut easily. I don't know. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5 doodle. The fact that they're factoring in skin color for stuff like soup and razors should have been a clue that these people are stupid and crazy. I agree. For the razors, I guess it would be the hair type that matters. Get a marker safety razor and 100-pack of blades. Super Dude 93, thank you for the $5. Named your movement the anti-bad thing. I can't be the bad. Also, we Latinos love Speedy Gonzalez so much. Kumbla Kings dedicated a whole song to him. I don't know what the Kumbla Kings are. I don't know what they are. Not an FBI, thank you for the 2. Now you think women's rights were a mistake. Sometimes I think so too. Vodka latte, thank you for the $5. People blame women for this, but it wouldn't have gotten this bad if it weren't for weak men allowing it. True. That is true. It's just easier to manipulate the women into being emotional and pushing for things. And weak men will capitulate. It's time for women left. Oh my god. Alex Blackfoot, thank you for the $5 doodles. I used to want a job in corporate America. Now. You know, when I was growing up, it was all the rage to be like, let's fucking try and work in an office, right? You want the air conditioning? You want to be able to sit all day? Sitting all day is not a good thing, chat. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the $2. I don't see people who look like me. Chirp. That was a fun surprise. Arclight, thank you for the member. Thank you. Bromedy Blank, thank you for the $2 doodles. Exercise is proving to be very hard. I'm very proud of you, chat. The cubicle is made for me. Woman does bad thing. It's the man's fault. Cuck logic. It's not cuck logic. It's it takes two to tango logic. Women who are emotionally manipulated and try to push something specific, they're not going to be able to do it with just women. Men also have a say in it. It takes two to tango. Can't put all the blame on men or women. Men should have passed the society level S tests, but women are the ones who did the S test. Yes. Yeah, two to tango, dude. You have to tell women no at some point. Yes. Yes. Boomer, wow, thank you for the $10 doodles. My man dated every... Oh, I read this one already. I read this one! Thank you! Thank you for the $10 again. Jacques Val. Shaka Khan. Thank you for the $2. The Trad J community is very family-oriented for real. We need to bring a little bit of those Jewish values into our communities. Be more family-oriented. You know, take a page out of their book. Master Goa, thank you for the $2 doodles. Kier likes holes as much as the Stanley Parable guy. That reference is lost on me. I've never played the Stanley Parable. Toe Rock, thank you again for the $10 doodles. Mildly OCD, thank you for the $5. At one point during the video, you heard her trip over the word Latino. She 100% wanted to say Latinx. Oh, I read that one too, and I just forgored. Thank you. Thank you. Hidden, thank you again for the $4.99. Gray Renard, thank you again for the $10 doodles. Thank you. Piero IU, thank you for the $5. Drive safe again. Torin, thank you again for the $20 doodles. Mitikozuki, thank you for the member. And Torok, thank you for member. Cringe and Nuclear Fan, thank you for the $5 doodles. I don't know anything about Prince Spaghetti Day. I'm sorry. Uncle Hall, thank you for the member. Thank you. Bigu. I gotta catch up on Saturday stuff still. Gotta do the Saturday stuff still. Saro Social, thank you for the $100 doodles. Straight razors are pretty metal. You love using them. Yeah, I feel like, I guess straight razors would work for everyone. Maybe? I don't know. I was like, we didn't have copious amounts of razor selection in, like, different cultures, right? Like, I guess I've never seen the difference between razors 100 years ago in Japan, in the US, and in, like, Sudan, right? So, like, maybe there's some kind of razor that could work for everyone, but there's also specific technologies that have made things easier for different hair types, ? Straight razors are for everyone. I wouldn't know. I don't have to shave my face. This is a man topic. This is a man topic that I would need men to speak about. Probably didn't shave at all for certain races. I mean, maybe. Overpriced for a literal razor. Angled leg razors are scary. I just use regular ass razor. I don't know. Maybe I should get a straight razor and use it on my legs. Just some guy. Thank you for the 100 biddies. No incorruptible rulers. How often history trades us an arse for a lion. I think I have read everything. I think I have Let me grab. Sorry to hear about your bussy. Your bussy! Did I hear about the Class of 09 anime Kickstarter? I did! I even retweeted it at one point. I have been the best marketing campaign that game has seen. Thank you for the $2 doodles! Morning! Thank you! Straight razors are a much closer shave. Well, today went a little wild. Today went not according to Keikaku whatsoever. No Keikaku. So, It was an enjoyable ride. We glowed quite a lot. I gotta pee really bad. I gotta pee really bad. I'm gonna raid. Who am I gonna raid? Let me see here. Let me see who should go. I'm losing my mind, chat. My brain is being slurped out as I speak. Translator's note: Keikaku means plan. Go stream goofball. You're gooba. You're gooba, chat. Why are you bouncing so much with peeing? Hold on, I like that emote. Hold on, I like that emote. I know. Who do I want to raid? Raid Bet. She's monster hunting. There's Bet. There's Cleo. There's Gwatty. So many options. There's so many options, chat. I'm not good at your shit. I don't remember when I last rated any of them. Helped. I'm gonna raid the hag. Oh, hag love, dude. I'm gonna raid fellow hag. Oh, she just started too. Perfect. She just started too. Perfect. Hag raid. Hag P raid. That's the most flavorful. It's aged for your pleasure. Oh God, I'm fucking leaving, chat. I'm fucking leaving. I'll probably reread all of the Saturday thank yous, because at this point I'm not gonna remember which ones I've said thank you and which ones I haven't. I'm sorry. I'm so far behind, chat. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. I will see you guys on heckin' Tuesday. Heckin' Tuesday. Maybe I'll actually get to play a video game if I don't Google soup. Thank you! Thank you for glowing with me tonight. Shandaru, Fifth Venom, Admiral Billow, Age 0, Agorist 76, Alkovac 52, Alcala 34, and Andomitas, Arisov, Axathoth, Azertonic, Background Noise, BFF John, Bingo Bango Dango Mango, Birch Bomb, Vibes 2, Bone Man Bobber, Braden 4141, Brave SJ, Bumpin' 420, C14.com, Marco, Cancerous Humor, Can Tuna Piano, Captain Pwong, Captain Carbon Foxo, Carquistador, Sarah Social, Cinder Sens, Cobalt Ogre Magus, Coconut Tackle, Crossbone Times 1, Cyclops, Dan Sullivan 99, Dantran 13, Devilish Boredom, Dim the Lamp, Dragon Granter, Dr. Fost MD, Etchy Phantom, E Freezer Arts, Empty Cups, Esker Curve, Ask Solo, Xer DNA, Fighting Foo Forks, Gamer Kev 3010, GL Rico, Gustav Rotkamp Flieger, Golden the Tick 860, Goombus, Greed of Various, Greed of Various, Hell Nico, Henrik Carter, Hoppy Hollow, I Am Binary Mind, Icy Bard, Isaac 13G, Jag, I'm dying, Jagger Jack, J Hill 7009, Jay's Along, Just Some Nuts, Just Some Guy times 4, KB version 2, Kosa, Kinetic Zen, K-Sona 56, Lisa's Games, Leo Fire Fist, Lithium Matrix, Lindener, Loconaut, Lloyd Brown Bear, Lord Dude the First, Lotus EX, Lupus Brius, Mufin, Mealik 42, Mikyutugu, Mr. Sazerac, Nixon's Daydream, Nurglings, Optimal 969, Paradise Fadino, Payaso 6091, Pork Road Telria, Potion Dweller, Prague Maestro, Quebec 01, Romantis, Rage Scholar, Rasta Leone, Rave Master J, R Dark Kazoo, Real Ratman, RuzMX, Sambo 1994, Sketch Therapies, Gilkey, Sky Hime 07, Slanesh Seishi, Slake First, Me 22, Small Tank 2, Soulfang Seeker, Spider God 99, Stray Wolf X, Swift Sword, Synth Latren, Tactical Panzer, Talondex, The Randman, the original Burr, The Wolf of Andress, thanks for all the fish, Trope Baron, Teaspoon, Uluga, Venteslav, Hausch, Vinny Shitword, Voltax, Voodoo Sautome, Wicked Scary, Ziz 39808, Zach Z, Zephyr 102, thank you! Thank you for glowing with me tonight. Tomorrow I don't stream, I'll be back on Tuesday. And hopefully I'll get to play a game. I'll try to not Google anything before Tuesday. Hag on high grade! Please give Cleo some motherfucking love. If you are in Twitch, you'll be hopefully schlorped over there. If you're not schlorped, click on a link. Sometimes raids just don't fucking work. If you're on YouTube, good luck. There's a link you can come to. Please come to. Oh, please come. Have a good rest of your night.
Bye bye.